virtual, so I don't need to be here. I work from home, Lima, an hour away from here.
internamente sí lo puedo hacer. ¿Será eso?
Sí, sí. Esta tiene un detector chiquito. 1, 2, 1, 1.
Cuidado, cuidado. ¿Qué haces? ¿Qué haces? Voy al aire con tu pantalla, con tu toma ya. Guillermo, avísame en qué momento tu ponte con tu cámara. Que todavía no hablo. Ya, voy al aire. Ya estoy al aire. Yo estoy al aire contigo, Guillermo.
Muy buenos días. Muy buenos días, sean todos y todas cordialmente bienvenidos al Foro Internacional Clima y Aire Limpio, donde estamos y hacia dónde vamos en transporte urbano y maquinaria en Latinoamérica. Nos encontramos hoy en la ciudad de Lima, en el Hotel Costa del Sol, de manera presencial y transmitiendo
express our greetings to all our in-person and virtual participants. We want to particularly greet the countries who are partners or members of the CALAC program: Colombia, Mexico, Chile, and Peru. Peru as the host and venue of this event. The CALAC program is part of the global programs developed by the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, SDC. Sorry, I am hearing an echo. Its goal is to contribute to improving the quality of air in Latin American cities such as Lima, Bogotá, Santiago de Chile, and Mexico City through technical assistance and promotion of measures for an urban transport and cleaner non-road machinery.
CALAC inició en el 2018
CALAC began in 2018 with a first phase. Currently, we are in the second and final phase, which is going to conclude in July of this year. In this regard, this forum that is being developed in a hybrid manner represents a technical closure of such an important program, and it summons representatives from the public, private sector and the academia to have a discussion on the current perspective, progress, development in terms of air quality and machinery. We appreciate your participation. We wish to appreciate the participation of all our virtual and in-person presenters. We also want to express our gratitude to the Ministry of the Environment, the Ministry of Transport and Communications, the Urban Transport Authority of Lima and Callao. And thank you for your attendance, and I wish you many successes. Thank you. And now I would like to move on to the next part of our event, which are the opening remarks.
Tengo un retorno, disculpe.
I am sorry, I am hearing an echo. My mic, Gina, can you help me out? Let us just make a quick break.
Hola, hola. Vamos a probar para que tampoco les confunda a ustedes. Hola, 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 hola.
No, todavía hay eco.
Hola, 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 hola. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola. Un momento. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, hola, hola. Hola, 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 hola. Hola. ¿Me escuchas? Hola. Hola. Entonces, dice que es del speaker. Hola. ¿Se escucha el proyector? Hola. Sí, es del proyector. Y da. Hola. Bueno, continuamos.
So let us continue. Apologies for this technicality. I think we can still hear an echo. It hasn't been fully sorted out.
A ver.
No.
Podría hablar directamente sin micrófono, pero como tenemos una transmisión en vivo. Esa es mi voz. Ok. Bueno, bueno.
Can you hear me? Testing 1, 2, 3. Yes. To formally.
De invitar a tomar la palabra,
We would like to invite the ambassador of Switzerland in Peru, Mr. Paul Gonier, on behalf of the Swiss cooperation. Thank you very much. From the Swiss embassy. Sorry, she apologizes. The Swiss ambassador Paul Garnier.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. On behalf of Switzerland, I am here with you today, and we are very happy to give more visibility and to continue such important work that has been delivered through the CALAC project. Mr. David Hernandez, Executive Chair of the Urban Transport Authority for Lima and Callao, also known as ATU by its acronyms in Spanish. Ms. Milagros Verástegui, General Director of Environmental Affairs of the Ministry of Transport and Communications. Mr. Gary Pascual, General Director of Environmental Quality of the Ministry of the Environment of Peru, distinguished authorities, representatives of the public and private sectors, of civil society, the academia, and all of those who are joining us today in person and virtually.
La verdad es que este Foro Internacional,
This international forum, Climate and Clean Air,
espacio que no solo cierra,
is a forum that does not only close a cycle, but it consolidates the legacy of the program Climate and Clean Air Project in Latin American Cities Plus, also known as CALAC Plus. This project is a
impulsada por Suiza,
pioneer initiative fostered by Switzerland through its thematic regional hub
internacional.
of international cooperation. Many of you
Este trabajo
have heard of this agency under the name of SDC, executed by the Swiss Contact Foundation. Since 2018, this project has allowed us to share the Swiss experience from our Federal Environmental Office and the Metrology Institute, represented by Uma Tribanovic, who is representing us today in this room. CALAC Plus was created with a clear vision, which is to fight against air pollution and climate change from the heart of the capital cities such as Peru, Colombia, Chile, and Mexico. Today, its legacy is being reflected in tangible products that have redefined, reshaped policies such as vehicle emission limits in Peru and Chile, technologies such as introduction of electromobility and green hydrogen in Chile and Colombia, as well as tools for action and collaboration at the regional level.
neutralidad
The carbon neutrality is not a dream for the future. This future is built today with brave decisions, and Latin America has the key through renewable energies and collective leadership that creates synergies. CALAC Plus leaves a sound foundation and gives way to other initiatives that can be undertaken by Switzerland. And
pequeña especialización, digamos, para el Perú. Nuestros colegas de otros países seguramente tienen también otras perspectivas.
I would like to give a perspective from the Peruvian side. Other Latin American countries might have other perspectives as well, but here in Peru, as Switzerland, we can build on the basis of CALA Plus by promoting other initiatives. One of them is the opportunity that we have through Article 6 of the Paris Agreement on climate change to finance the technological leap of buses and machinery in Peru. And I invite all the Peruvian stakeholders to capitalize on this window of opportunities, such as the private sector. Well, the private sector must also take advantage of this, because these are mainly private sector projects that can be funded. On the other hand, Switzerland, through SECO, the Economic Cooperation Agency, has initiated a new project called CEMOVIL, which uses some of the outcomes or results of CALA Plus as input to facilitate the implementation of urban mobility agenda in Peru. This project is implemented by Swiss Contact as well, fortunately. So there is a connection there. This morning, I want to hear about the role of our strategic partners here in Peru, such as ATU or ATU, the Ministry of the Environment, and the Ministry of Transport and Communications. Also, in the other countries, the ministries, also I would like to hear the experience of other ministries of transport and the environment from other countries and the international agencies that have been paramount in this journey. This forum is a call to keeping this initiative alive, this great collaboration that we have, because what we have achieved, which is better standards, accessible technologies, and more breathable cities, is not the end of this journey, but it is rather a model that can be replicated, so we can do more by protecting the air. We are able to protect climate, healthcare, and equity, and we give more economic and financial opportunities. In the next few years, the best way of measuring the success of CALA Plus is by seeing how the countries are taking on the leadership from the public sector by we also need incentives from the public sector, but we need the vision from the private sector. We hope to bring together the academia and the civil society to translate our global commitments into local actions. Thank you for being part of this transformation. Let us continue moving forward with a sense of urgency and hope. Thank you. Thank you very much for your words, Mr. Ambassador. Next, we would like to give the floor to Gary Pascual, General Director of Environmental Quality of the Ministry of the Environment, who will talk about the role of the environmental sector in the promotion of air quality and clean technologies. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much to CALAC for organizing this event and for inviting me to participate. I would like to salute the Ambassador of Switzerland in Peru, Paul Garnier, Ms. Milagros Verástegui Salazar, General Director of Environmental Affairs of the Ministry of Transport and Communications of Peru, David Hernandez, Executive Chair of the Urban Transport Authority of Lima and Callao. It is an honor for us to participate in such an important event for our country. I would also like to express the greetings on behalf of Minister Juan Castro and Vice Minister Edgar Romero, who are professionals that have been contributing to environmental management and the development of the country. For us, welcoming you to this international forum, which main goal is to promote air quality and healthcare, and to learn about the current status and the measures to reduce emissions of air pollutants and greenhouse gases coming from the transport mobile machinery, non-road mobile machinery sectors. This forum is developed under the framework of the program Climate and Clean Air Project in Latin American Cities Plus, CALA Plus, as part of the regional and global cooperation activities. We have the participation of well-known experts and researchers from countries such as Switzerland, Germany, Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, Chile, Peru, among others. This diversity of voices will allow us to enrich the sharing of experiences and knowledge around the challenges, opportunities, and lessons learned in the implementation of zero and low emission technologies, both in urban transport and in the use of mobile machinery. From the Ministry of the Environment, we take on a governing and articulating role in the environmental management of the country by promoting public policies that contribute to the sustainability, mitigation of climate change, and improvement of quality of life of people. Under this framework, we lead the formulation and updating of air quality standards, environmental impact assessments, and emission standards, as well as the promotion of clean technologies. This work becomes even more important if we understand that transport is not just a tool for mobility, but also an important and key component in the design of sustainable cities, which are both resilient and healthy, where people are always in the core of the decisions, in the center of the decisions. As part of our competences as the Ministry of the Environment, we have been fostering concrete actions, such as the introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels, the adoption of the Euro 6 emission standard, and the active promotion of electromobility. In addition, we work on strengthening the regulatory framework to regulate emissions coming from the transport sector and non-road mobile machinery. Our approach is pretty clear. It promotes actions with an inclusive and territorial perspective that acknowledges and values the sustainability legacy of our ancestral cultures, and it incorporates scientific and technical knowledge into our public policies, the latest knowledge into our public policies. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the CALA program, which support has been critical to make possible this space of dialogue and exchange of ideas. Their commitment with our cities and the development of our country is highly valued by our institution. With international cooperation and with the active participation of all of you, we will build a more resilient, prosperous, and sustainable Peru. Altogether, let us continue working towards a cleaner, sustainable, and more fair future. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Pascual. Thank you very much for your kind remarks. And next, we would like to give the floor to Milagros Verástegui, General Director of Environmental Affairs of the Ministry of Transport and Communications, who will share the perspective of the transport sector. Can you hear me? Okay, good morning, everybody. Mr. Ambassador, distinguished authorities, national and international experts, representatives from other countries, dear friends. For me, it is quite the honor to be here with you today. I would like to kindly welcome you on behalf of the Ministry of Transport and Communications to this international forum, Climate and Clean Air, where are we and where are we heading in terms of urban transport and machinery in Latin America? This is an urgent matter. This is the challenge of changing our transport model so they can become more resilient, low-emission models. We are constantly concerned about the quality of air in our cities. This forum represents a valuable opportunity to share experiences and to discuss best practices and to generate these strategic partnerships that we need that will allow us to move forward in a coherent manner. As the Ministry of Transport, we are conscious that the transport sector is the second greenhouse gas emitter in Peru and also the emitter of other pollutants. This is due to the lack of an urban transport that is what did we do last year? We created a working group for the mitigation of emissions in urban transport. It is worth mentioning this because we have already completed the roadmap under this working group. This is a roadmap to reduce emissions in urban transport at the national level. For us, this is critical. Why? Because as in the case of Chile and Colombia, we want to be an OECD country. This means that we need to have better environmental and social indicators. So this roadmap that is about to be approved is aligned with the national urban transport policy and the recommendations of the OECD. The formulation of this roadmap considered a very important element. We conducted a diagnosis of the current situation of urban transport in the country. We have evaluated the methodologies, the tools, and all the instruments that we currently use to measure emissions, and we have realized that there's a big challenge ahead of us. We have been able to address three main topics in this roadmap to reduce emissions in transport sector. The first one of them, and that is why we always appreciate the assistance and support of CALAC and other cooperating agencies. The first one is a strategy with 31 activities so we can be aligned with OECD recommendation. The second one is an action plan to mitigate emissions, which include 24 actions that need to be completed by 2030, and the previous one has a timeline of 2028, and this is not going to be the end of this roadmap, but we will create another working group to do a follow-up on this, because this roadmap should not just be filed, but this needs to be fully implemented. We are going to set up a working group under the OECD recommendations. What are our expectations from this roadmap? First and foremost, the generation of a standard that can allow us to make important decisions, as pointed out by the ambassador, in order to promote the use of electrical vehicles. This is critical as a country. The other one is a chunking program. This is important. This is to provide transport system with less emissions or with zero emissions. We want to create an investment program for intermediate cities. She was referring to scrappage in the previous point. So this is in our pipeline, and this is what is going to guide us in the following months. In addition to that, we are about to approve the 5 adaptation measures presented to the High-Level Commission. As you know, in Peru, this High-Level Commission, we have the direct participation of our ministers of state. Because of that, there's a high level of commitment when making these decisions. On the other hand, the General Directorate of Policies of the Ministry has worked on three key aspects. The first one is a bill on sustainable mobility, a draft law on sustainable mobility, which includes the inputs of the Ministry of Housing, Sanitation, not only the Ministry of Transport, that in this regard, this will provide instruments and tools that will regulate sustainable mobility and its component. The second key element, and in that case we have received support from CALAC, we want to have a more innovative regulatory framework for scrappage. As part of those brave decisions, I really like that word, the objective is to remove those vehicles and to refurbish the vehicle fleet with less pollutant vehicles. And the other one is a strategy. We are going to issue a Supreme Decree for a strategy for more professional, sustainable transport. The vehicle unit is not the only one that has this emission reduction, which is very important, but we want to provide training in the use of the service. We need to provide a proper service, including the use of electrical vehicles, because this will lead to better quality of life for our citizens. I know I have been very fast in my comments, but from the MTC, we are firmly committed to reaffirm our commitment towards climate action and improving air quality, two fundamental pillars for us, which are important for the health of our populations and for the sustainable development of our country. We are fully convinced that if we generate these changes that are based on innovation, political will, and regional cooperation, will be able to have a more clean, equitable, and efficient urban mobility in our cities and regions. I am very grateful for your presence. Thank you very much to our friends from CALAC for their support. Your experience has allowed us to enrich our work, and this forum is going to be very fruitful to all of us, and I invite you to continue working on this with vision, commitment, collaboration, and as pointed out by the ambassador, with brave decisions that will contribute to a better sustainability of our countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Verástegui, for your remarks and for your commitment. And now we would like to give the floor to the Executive President of the Urban Transportation Authority for Lima and Callao, Mr. David Hernandez. He would be the last speaker in this opening block. Thank you very much. Thank you all. And I think that if we need to make a reflection of where we are at and where we are heading, I think that the sequence that we have just participated in couldn't be more timely. I was supposed to speak first, but I think that speaking last allows me to precisely make a summary of all of the works that have already been said here. Well, first of all, what Milagros said regarding the work of the Ministry of Transportation and Communications, that doesn't only mean that the actions that have been coordinated with different stakeholders have allowed us to have a series of actions, and she has summarized them very well. But also we have to say that where we are heading has to do with the actions that we are taking, and that's the position of the Urban Transportation Authority for Lima and Callao. We have studies, we have a support, we have a technical support, and we see that today clearly and concretely how we have been receiving all of this support. So in order to move forward, so that we can have a clean air, good climate, and a reduction of emissions, what we need to do is all of these measures that have been studied and have been assessed, they need to be put into practice. And that is the work that all of the stakeholders that are in the execution level have to do. And as the Ministry of Environment has said, and as Milagros has said as well, all of this technical basis and regulatory basis give us the conditions for us to perform now, and we've been doing that. If we analyze our public transportation service with vehicles that do not have the conditions and that emit many contaminants, then we would have to ask ourselves, where are they from, or when did they when were they updated? Well, that was in the 90s, and that was expired in 2003, and from 2003 to this date, because that is already over. So from 2003 to this date, these public transportation companies had authorizations of 1 year and 6 months. So what management model for a public transportation service can survive with authorizations of 6 months and 1 year? And the fleet renewal, even the less so. So that's why what has been said today is clear. And going back to the words that Milagros mentioned, the regulatory framework allows us to take action. What does that mean? To support our public operators that can renew the service in the city. Today, we have started with a 5-year program of authorizations. Why? Because the 17 regulation establishes 10. We have established with an exceptional regime of 5 years because it's exceptional with conditions. That means that it's not 10 years to see what the operator does, but 5 years with a program. So at year 1.5 years, 3 years, and 5 years, so that they can renew their fleets. If they do not renew their fleets, we won't be able to have the clean transportation that we want. So this renewal and this proposal that we did on December 28th, that is our equivalent to April Fool's Day, but it's not only that, but also the day of transportation. So we issued the regulator plan, and the rules also make reference to that, and we wanted to integrate Lima and Callao since the 90s. So what did the municipalities law said? That we needed to have a regime for common management. Not only Lima, not only Callao, but the law of municipalities over 40 years ago said that we needed to have one authority only and one common management regime, and that is the ATU. ATU is to comply for the standards and regulations that were foreseen more than 40 years ago. That is a step that was taken, and obviously it's taken us forward in a model of order, and a model in which specifically the scientific community and the international cooperation and all the stakeholders have to take part in. So these measures that Milagros has summarized need to be complied with. We all have to make sure of that. That is basic in the studies, programs, and cooperation, so that the measures and the roadmaps start to be complied with. And I think that that's what we're doing. I think that that's a good summary of the challenge that the ambassador has given us, and the challenge needs very brave measures and measures that have to be taken by stakeholders of the society, and in this case it's the government that needs to take part in this. We need to give sustainability and legal certainty to our operators, and to have the environmental laws complied with for the renewal of vehicles. In this model, 5 years to all of the operators, and those who invest in gas, 8 additional years. That is to say 13 years above the 017 law, and the ones who invest in electric vehicles, 14 years more. That is to say 19 years in order to have the return on investment, because of course there is a huge investment in the electric system, and therefore it's a great time to have the announcement of the ambassador in this program that supports these measures in which private agents have to participate. The gas vehicles operators have already been doing that. The electric vehicles operators have been doing that. And today, the city needs to renew 9,000 buses. They have to be renewed in the shortest term in order to have a supply of transportation that is appropriate, that would reduce the number of small vehicles in the public roads, and that with quality we can have a public transportation in every city that is massive, efficient, and of course affordable for all citizens. That is our commitment. And of course, thank you, CALAC, thank you, Swiss Contact, and I would like to thank the Swiss Embassy, because with your technical support we're heading that way, towards a public transportation system that is not only efficient and environmentally sustainable, but also healthy, that integrates all operators. Nowadays, I believe that the challenge of the standards to be executed is a challenge that we have set for ourselves at the ATU, and now technical and economic measures have been published. And the public transportation operators, well, they have been removed if they had debts, and there are embargoes that have been removed from the formal transportation operators so that they can acquire new vehicles with these technical specifications in order to achieve the sustainable transportation that we need. The measures, the programs, and the plans need to be executed, and this is the way that we want to do it at the ATU. And I think that this is a very brave challenge, but we are certain that with your cooperation, we are going to be able to achieve it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. I would like to thank the authorities for your interventions. Thank you for your remarks. And this is how we begin the forum CALAC, Climate and Clean Air. We're going to take a 5-minute break for pictures. Gina will lead you to the place where the pictures will be taken, and after that we will begin the forum. A round of applause to all of you.
Sí, hola, hola. Sí. Hola, sí, hola.
Donde salgamos todos, por favor. ¿Podemos saludar, por favor?
Sí, hola, sí, 1, 2, 3, micrófono, ¿ahora escuchan bien? Sí, hola.
Aparte les digo que aprovechen ahorita para tener los jefes en la mano para que no interrumpan las presentaciones. O sea, que tengan... pausita va a haber, en el siguiente bloque va a haber unas presentaciones en inglés, entonces mi recomendación es que se acerquen a sacar los dispositivos porque la tercera, cuarta y quinta presentación del bloque va a ser en inglés, entonces si pueden aprovechar esta pequeña pausa en recoger sus dispositivos para que lo tengan a la mano. Con su documento, por favor.
del Foro Internacional Clima y Aire Limpio, donde
Climate and clean air. Where are we and where are we heading in urban transportation and machinery in Latin America?
Muy buenos días.
Good morning once again. Thank you very much for being here and for participating in person and also virtually in this international forum. And we would also like to thank the participants who are joining us internationally from Switzerland, from the UK, from each one of the partnering countries of the CALAC program. We're going to begin this first session that has to do with less contaminant urban transportation and related to the innovation technologies. Well, we have always seen that countries seek to have zero-emission technologies. However, these low-emission technologies are also a reality, and they also contribute in reducing emissions in each one of our countries. We will now welcome José Carlos Soldevilla Saavedra from the Urban Transportation Authority for Lima and Callao. José has a degree in architecture by the Pontifical Catholic University in Peru. He has a master's degree in urbanism with a specialization of urban transportation from the School of Urban Transportation of Paris, and he also has a degree from the School of Architecture in Paris, and he's currently the director. He's currently the director at the Urban Transportation Integration Unit of the ATU. Welcome, Jose Carlos. Good morning. I would like to thank everyone who's here, and I would like to thank Calac Plus for organizing this event. And of course, I thank the people who are both here in person and virtually. What we're going to be showing today on behalf of the ATU for Lima and Callao has two big parts. First of all, we have the state of the art and how our public transportation system is today. Of course, this is related to emissions, that is the topic at hand in this space, and how we can have clean air in the cities. And as the Ministry of Transportation and Communications mentioned, we know that the second largest emitter is transportation. So public transportation has a role to play to improve air quality. And then secondly, we will also introduce some of the initiatives of the authority in order to improve air conditions. And this goes hand in hand with the energy matrix of our public transportation service. So first of all, it's important to get to know the trips and how they're distributed in the cities. So right now we have a lot of people who use public transportation, different from what citizens might believe. Many cases we believe that the problem of traffic is that there are a lot of vehicles, but the problem is that the vehicles are not well organized, most of them, and we also believe in many occasions that the public transportation fleet is about millions of vehicles, and this happens a lot in the academia. And I ask students, how many public transportation vehicles do you think that we have in the city? And the numbers are unfortunately not in the urban mind. So we have some of these figures so that we can all understand them. I'm sure that many of you are familiar with these figures, but of course it's always important to present them. We have to understand on the one hand that almost 50% of the travels or commuting is something that takes place in public transportation. We are talking about 10.5 trips a day in the buses and trains that we currently have in operation. And it's also important to mention that 88% of those travels happen in what we call conventional public transportation or authorized services. Those services that, as the president of our authority has said, today has the authorizations, and therefore they have the support and backing to renew their fleets. And that is in terms of authorized providers. It is also important to take into account what are the characteristics of the vehicles that nowadays deliver the public transportation service. On the one hand, we need to understand that the concession services that we have in the buses currently are the corridors and the Metropolitano, that are a little bit more than 1,100 vehicles, and then almost all of the fleet, more than 22,000 vehicles, are the authorized vehicles. And it's important to know that there are different categories depending on their capacities. And why is that important? Because of the efficiency. It's more efficient to have big vehicles regardless of their energy matrix. Of course, it's more logical to have a clean energy matrix, but of course that has to go hand in hand with efficiency. Vehicles that can move up to 180 passengers, like the articulated buses, like the Metropolitano ones, and it's a lot more efficient, and also the train is more efficient, but we also rely on the efficiency of vehicles of other capacities, and that's the regular transportation in buses. That's what we see in regular transportation. So these are the categories, and we are also stating this in this presentation. You can see that on the slide so that we can be familiar with this, because in many cases we talk about buses and combis or vans, but we are not really certain about what that means in terms of capacity. So here we have a sample of what those vehicles are and the capacity that they need to operate with. So the M3 vehicles, here we're talking about vehicles of up to 12 meters. They can have a capacity of up to 80 passengers. So here we're talking about some levels of efficiency that start improving. And now in terms of the energy matrix, the concession services have given a step forward. Concession services, as you can see on the screen, they go accompanied by vehicular natural gas, and what has been more important was diesel as energy matrix, but now we have a change. We know that VNG is a lot more friendly with the environment, and concession service use more this type of energy. However, with the authorized services, we still a long way to go. Only 11% works with vehicular natural gas or VNG, and the rest basically use diesel, but of course they are not friendly with the environment in terms of CO2 production and particulate material, because once again diesel here has a very strong responsibility and a negative impact that we all know about.
O si nos pudieran ayudar a...
Can you help us move the slides from the control center? The clicker is not working, please.
¿No? Bueno, continuemos entonces.
Well, let's move on. We have seen the energy matrix and concession services, and there we have a higher percentage of VNG, and the authorized services, they have a lower percentage, 11%, and it's also important to take into account the age of the vehicles, because of course that has an impact on the efficiency of vehicles and the emissions that they bring about. I think that they've changed my presentation. It would be great to have the figures so that I can talk about them.
¿Cómo están?
So how is it going?
Está bien. No, supongo que me darán un minuto más.
I guess I'll get to have an additional minute, or at least I hope.
Ahora sí.
There we go. Perfect. Well, as I was saying, there is a percentage of vehicles that will be removed because of their age, and that has to do with what our president said at the beginning. What we are aiming at is a renewal of the fleet, and that is not only just an a wish, a desire, but it's an obligation. As regards the corridors to 2030, that is to say, once the current administration finishes, and also aligned with the first horizon that we have in the urban mobilization plan that we will soon pass, and we can talk about it later. 30% of the corridors should be renewed, and the entire Metropolitano fleet. So these services are mainly working with VNG, and they need to be renewed. And in this renewal, they could keep this energy matrix, or they could also use a friendlier energy matrix like electric. And well, as regards the authorized vehicles, we can see a percentage that is very high. 25% should be replaced, and we see that there is also a series or a number of vehicles that have been already through the period that should be admitted. That's 20 years. So vehicles keep on giving service now, but they should have been renewed. That doesn't only have to do with the energy matrix, but also safety and efficiency in general. And that is why, well, let's take a look at the next slide, please. And we will now see the conditions of the sizes of those vehicles and their capacities. We need to understand that the low-capacity vehicles are less efficient, and their carbon footprint is a lot higher because of the vehicle itself and the users. It's a lot less efficient to move 10 people, well, officially in what we know as a combi or a van, because we know that up to 20 people actually get there, but it's a lot less efficient than having a vehicle of 12 meters where we could have 80 passengers officially. So in that sense, we identified the fleet that we have of high-capacity vehicles. Well, it's not a minimum amount, but we do have a percentage of vehicles of a very low capacity, and they have to be removed in order to have more efficiency, or they should start delivering other types of services. Services, for example, in unattended areas, or other services that are in agreement with the services of that capacity, and hopefully with a friendlier matrix than diesel. Next slide, please. What are we doing now? The authority has 50 modules that monitor air quality. Therefore, we have the physical and operating conditions of the service, but we also see the general impacts that these transportation media and others start generating in the air quality. So there is a first commitment of the authority. There is a service that we are in charge of managing, but of course in the public space, these are not the only vehicles that are in circulation. So we are aligned to the different agreements and objectives as regards air quality for our city, and we know that air quality in our city is one of the worst in Latin America, so we have a great commitment and also a great challenge. Next slide, please. Just to give you general figures, of course, it is clear that the emissions of vehicular natural gas vehicles are lower, and electric vehicles such as trains also emit less. And it's important to mention that in these cases we do not only control the operating emissions, but the emissions of the entire cycle of implementing the public transportation service. Therefore, it is important to take into account the figures that have been shown before. There are a lot more vehicles in the regular service, and therefore, in spite of the fact of having them in a friendlier energy matrix, anyway, they would have a considerable impact if we compare them to other services. So here, for example, we can see that Metropolitano has a number of emissions that is a lot larger than the complementary corridors. Well, the fleet is larger as well, we have to take into account. And then the authorized services, of course, we can see very large numbers. And in addition to that, this is a fleet that needs to be renewed. It's a fleet with a great percentage of diesel. It's a fleet with a high percentage of vehicles of low capacity, and also they are old, so they need to be removed. That's why we're taking measures, and we have talked about that in the opening speech, in order to aim at a rapid renewal of the vehicle fleet. Next slide, please. This is a complementary figure to understand that we shouldn't only assess the emissions of the vehicles per se, but also the impact that it has on users, because we need to take into account that the users, not only the operators, are important here. So we need to have information of the impact of the carbon footprint, because every person has to also be responsible of the options they take as regards to transportation methods that they use, so that they can be part of the change, because we're all stakeholders, we are all users or operators or officers, and we are here to improve the air quality, and the citizens are not just a separate stakeholder. Next slide, please. And now let's take a look at the next block. Here we'll start showing some of the initiatives that our institution has regarding a change of the energy matrix, and with this, an improvement of the air quality. Next slide. Well, we're talking about these 4 points over here. Next slide, please. So as it was mentioned before, today we are really making a commitment towards renewal. So in the next 5 years, well, vehicles that have a non-admissible age have to be renewed, and we also invite authorized services and other concessionaires to, of course, have energy matrices that are friendlier towards the environment, and that is why we're seeking to reduce low occupancy vehicles, well, initially to reduce the vehicles that are older, and in this change, in this fleet renewal, we're looking for incentives so that at least the matrix to be used is VNG, and of course aiming at more friendlier vehicles like electric vehicles or hybrid. That is just starting in Peru, and specifically in Lima and Callao. Next slide, please. Well, some of the figures, actually, the most important figure that we communicated regarding this process of the delivery of authorizations, that the routes were 446 routes. So these are the ones that we were able to rehabilitate. So there is a restructuration of 97% of the routes, and 3% will go through other procedures, and therefore once they have the stability, since they have this title or this authorization for 5 years, they can invest anew, and with the support of the authority, they can aim together at the renewal of the entire fleet. Next slide, please. This is the structure of incentives, the incentives that we have already mentioned. These titles or authorizations start with a 5-year period, but if in their investment plan the operators present vehicle fleets that are friendlier to the environment, like VNG electric vehicles or more, well, they could have more years for their authorizations or titles, up to 19 years if we're talking about fleets that are 100% electric. Therefore, once again, we are promoting investment through these authorizations or titles that will allow them to have stability with the route that each one of these operators was able to revalidate. Next slide, please. And also in this route regulating plan, 2 of them have been established that are 100% electric. We have called them the green routes. These are routes that, because they are 100% electric, these are routes that obtain an authorization or title of 19 years. And this, of course, has to meet special conditions. This is not going to be a conventional authorization process, but a special process, and it will have to follow a series of conditions that will facilitate the entry of these operators, of course, with a corresponding fleet, to deliver a public transportation service with a matrix that is 100% electric. Next slide, please. And then lastly, I would also like to say that even if we have some documents of the standard paths that have been published, we are in a process of updating this. Of course, we are aligned to facilitating the entry, once again, of fleet with friendly energy matrices, and also we take into account the conditions of accessibility and efficiency, but also with the possibility of having the basic conditions in the car frames with the conditions of the energy matrix, and the variations will be minimal, but it's important to point them out. And in the new update of the standard pass, we're going to have only one document that will entail the characteristics of the vehicles, and with these assessments, as I repeat, following the energy matrix. And I think that the next slide should say thank you. Yes, it does. Well, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Muchas gracias, José Carlos, por la
Thank you very much, José Carlos, for your presentation and for kicking off this event. Let us now hear from the second presentation. Joining us from Mexico, from the Environmental Secretariat, SEDEMA, is Gabriel Pérez Aguinan, who is environmental engineer from the Autonomous Metropolitan University, and he has been involved in air pollution issues from the Deputy Secretary of Ecology, which and they used on the use of the model for transporting pollutants. He is the General Director of Air Quality, and previously he was the Coordinator of Environmental Inspection and Surveillance of Mobile Sources. Let us welcome him with a big hand. Welcome, Gabriel. Okay, I will try to deliver my presentation within 10 minutes. Thank you very much. On behalf of the City of Mexico, we want to share you where we are, what is it that we are doing, and you should particularly know that we are a city with many air quality problems. We have evolved radically. We have improved the quality of air. We have reduced environmental liabilities or contingencies compared to our situation back in the 1990s, but we continue having problematic pollutants. Ozone is one of them. We are a city with a highly reactive photochemical environment or atmosphere. We have PM10, PM2.5 particles. We're still measuring ultrafine particles. We are working on this. Well, let me give you some background. As I said, let me give you some background. Where is it that we are? We are in a semi-open atmospheric basin. We have a number of mountains that is limiting us, the Sierra Nevada, Sierra de Guadalupe, Ajusco, some windy areas, but it's a complicated, a challenging basin. We have several problems of sustenance. So in this dry period, we have many events. Actually, at my office, they are looking they are trying to address all this different contingency, ozone contingency. This is a period in which the air quality has become really poor, really bad, and we need to do something about it. Our problem has to do with the following. We are a relatively large city. I represent the city of Mexico, 16 major offices. But in the urban area, we have the state of Mexico, and we have a municipality, the municipality of Hidalgo. So, give or take, we have 20 million inhabitants with 6 million vehicles driving on the road, an industry that has significantly migrated from an urban center with industrial activities. We have migrated towards an urban center with commercial and service activities, which is quite defined. This has helped us substantially. What is it that we have in terms of emission sources overall? Let us talk about our main problem here. The main problem is transportation. The mobile sources, the vehicles, motor vehicles are our main problem in terms of pollutant emissions. Particularly, what are we particularly interested on? Low and medium capacity public transport. These are the main sources of PM 2.5 and PM 10, but private transport or community vehicles, light duty vehicles are also a problem here. Let me go back to ozone precursors, volatile organic compounds, nitrogen oxide, and here the combustion process is very important because vehicles once again are accountable, are the main responsible for this problem. In the case of other precursors, we have other sources such as liquefied gas, what can be produced at home. Many houses have burners to warm the water, to heat up the water or to cook the food. So we have a lot that can be done with those type of sources. Sustainable and low carbon transport in Mexico City. We have 3 documents or governing or guiding documents that is going to help us with us. We have our climate change strategy, our climate change strategy, air quality, climate change, they're all closely related. Whatever we do with one is going to have an impact on the other one, and we have a document that governs the actions in this metropolitan basin for the programs that are implemented there, which is also known as the Air Quality Management Program, also known as PROAIRE. This will define the strategies. How is it that we are going to work to reduce pollutant emissions? And there is a very important strategy that has to do with mobility. Mobility in the city of Mexico is divided. I am only going to talk about the central part of the entity. It has to do with the different modes of transport. We have an electrical transport system. We have authorized system. We have systems which are owned by the City of Mexico, which is the public transport networks. We have systems under concession known as Metrobús. Marco, please let me know if I'm using the right acronyms, and also the systems under concession, as I said, and we have the taxi service. Let us look at electrical mobility. Whenever we think about electrical mobility, we're thinking about underground transport, the subway, the metro. The metro is not considered here because it is like the backbone of Mexico City's transport system. We move millions of passengers on a daily basis by metro, and it is still not enough. But let me tell you that we are working as a city to renew our metro system. The more efficient collective transport becomes, the lower the emissions. Why? Because the goal is to discourage the use of the private vehicle. We have way too many private vehicles in Mexico City. 3 minutes, okay, electromobility. Here we have an area which is the electric transport system, which manages or administers the light-duty train and the trolley buses. In the trolley buses, we move from those units that were historically electrical Mitsubishi unit to these very nice blue buses that are moving the population, and these battery-run buses can even leave their corridors to make transport more efficient. Today we have 456 trolley buses. 152 of these trolley buses are articulated trolley buses. We have line 10, which is an elevated above ground line, and we are creating new lines. Let us move through this quickly. Innovative. Telepheric, we call it a cable bus. We have 3 lines that will allow us to do something which is quite important. If you remember this image, we are surrounded by mountains. Those slopes have been urbanized. The urbanization process entailed creating streets and roads with slopes that demand more energy. Let us give an alternative to those population living on those slopes through the cable bus. We have other lines that will be created to solve this problem. It also looks very nice. They just opened one from the Chapultepec forest to Santa Fe. It's spectacular, let me tell you, this cable bus. Moving on to the authorized system in Mexico City, the network used to be a passenger transport network. We have 464 new units. We have Euro 6 and Euro Plus units. 50 of those units are electrical buses. So we are trying to opt for electromobility in public transport managed by Mexico City. So we have 518 RTP units, and then we have other private vehicles. Then we have the red buses, also known as the Metro bus. These are units that use confined lines. This is also known as a BRT. We have a 2-story one, articulated one, the 1-story one. We have 464 units. 100 of those already have a particle filter technology, and we have electrical units as well. Now, what is it that we are doing with freight transport? Private freight transport. In Mexico City, we have different technologies coexisting, Euro 4, Euro 5, Euro 6. As of this year, all vehicles sold in Mexico need to be Euro 6 or their EPA equivalent. So we are promoting migration toward this new technological standard so they can adhere to a self-regulation program in such a way that if they promise us that they will gradually reduce their emissions by changing their vehicles to units, we will give them an incentives. I talked about contingencies. Contingency has to do with reducing circulation. The carrier doesn't want to stop their operations because it's going to cost them money. So instead, so what they do is they decide to change their units so they will not stop driving their vehicles. We do exactly the same with light-duty vehicles. With light-duty vehicles, we are encouraging them to introduce hybrid units or electrical units. Now, you need to know that for this policy to work, we need a road surveillance system. We have road surveillance systems, so those who are circulating when they shouldn't, or perhaps they haven't gone through their emission inspection test, I think that's how it's called, they will be stopped and they will be sanctioned or penalized. So in this case, the carrot and the stick scheme is that they can circulate on a daily basis, provided that they migrate to this type of units overall. And to bring my presentation to a close. So what is it that we want to do? We want to electrify Mexico City. Electromobility, decarbonization is the basis of our strategy. In the case of the trolley bus, we are going to conclude the second phase of Line 10. We will introduce new units of this light-duty train. We will create more lines. We will create this cable bus, 5 lines for that cable bus, the Metro bus, which is a system under concession over the circuits. I mean, Mexico City has an inside circuit and the external circuit. The external circuit is the peripheral circuit if you have been in Mexico City. So we are going to incorporate electrical transport in that peripheral circuit. We are also promoting another initiative which has nothing to do with vehicles, but we want to expand a public cycling network that we have. We have an emblematic or flagship project. There's an avenue running from the south to the central of the city, Atlampan Avenue. We are going to create special lanes for confined transport, pedestrian transport, and a bicycle lane, which is the final one, the Great Tenochtitlan cycle lane. Of course, this is leading to a lot of controversies, as with any new change. Oh, sorry. I forgot to mention this. Mexico City has several peripheral cities: Querétaro, Pachuca, Toluca, Cuernavaca. We have different road access. For some of them, we are going to go back to the T. Our emblematic project is a train that will interconnect Toluca, which is the capital of the state of Mexico, with Mexico City, then Querétaro. Then we have an expansion of the light-duty train that will take you to the new airport of Mexico City to Pachuca. This is what we are doing so far, and we are trying to decarbonize the mass transport system in Mexico City. Thank you very much, Gabriel. And now let us continue with session number. Let us continue with session number 1, and we are going to start with a more technical block with Una Trivanovic, who is joining us from the Federal Meteorology Institute of Switzerland. Uma is a scientific researcher at this institute, and she has specialized on combustion particle emission. She completed her PhD in the ETH of Zurich, where she focused on emissions related to aviation. Currently, her research is focused on improving the measurement of ultrafine particles and PTIs. PTIs. They are technologies that are still being used, such as Euro 6, and Latin American countries are migrating towards that, and it is very important to have these new measurement methods to maintain or sustain the environmental benefits of these transition technologies. So, Uma, welcome. In terms of translation, once again, well, Una will be delivering her presentation in English, so we ask you to please collect your headsets so you can hear the translation into Spanish. The floor is yours. Welcome, Una.
Okay, great. Very happy to be here on behalf of Metas and my colleagues at Metas. So there we go. I will be talking about the experience of Switzerland in the periodic technical inspection of diesel engine exhaust. And There we go. The reason that we do this is because some studies have shown that, at least in Europe, there's a large number of vehicles that emissions. About 10% of the vehicles are responsible for 80 to 90% of the total emissions that we have. And so the purpose of PNPTI is to identify these vehicles that are high emitting, and this is typically because they have a defective diesel particulate filter. So yes, we're trying to identify those, and this has been in place in Switzerland since January 1st, 2003 for passenger cars, light and heavy duty vehicles, and non-road mobile machinery, just for compression ignition vehicles so far, so diesel. And finally, the researchers that are listed here, they have estimated that the cost-benefit ratio of this kind of program is somewhere in the range of 10 to 1 to 110 to 1. So from a cost perspective, this is a very good way to reduce the emissions. So the role of METAS in this program has been, we perform the type approval of the instruments that measure the emissions from the vehicles. So far, 11 have been approved in Switzerland. Every year, the instruments go for a maintenance and verification, either from the manufacturer or the distributor, and after that it comes to METAS, where we verify them to ensure that they are measuring properly. And we have performed 2,200 verifications since the end of 2022. We also provide support to the end users, the technicians. We do this a few ways. We have on our website some presentations. They're available in several languages, including English. We have courses in German and French, and English would also be available. We do on-site inspection of the measurement processes, and we also do some laboratory tests that I'll talk about later. So we also perform research into PNPTI, and currently we're working on 2 projects. One is looking at how the aerosol that we test the devices with affects their performance, and also if we can use existing devices for gasoline PNPTI, which will be introduced in the European Union in the future. So very briefly, this is a simplified version of what we do. You can see some of our resources for the full experimental setup, but basically we have a particle generator. We use a polydispersed combustion source, so this is as close as possible to what really comes out of an engine. And then we send this flow to several different devices, one to measure the size of the particles, our reference particle counter, which has an expanded uncertainty of 7%, and then the device that we are testing. Other countries allow the use of other test aerosols, not just a combustion generator. For example, salt can be used, or a spark soot generator. However, research that we have done in collaboration with the EU Joint Research Centre has shown that the test aerosol may have an impact on how the devices measure, and so that has to be accounted for if you're using something else. And so far, about 95% of the devices that are sent to us pass the verification, and this is because prior to coming to us at METAS, they undergo a maintenance and calibration by the manufacturer. What's important in this is that we have traceability of the measurements, and when we say traceability, what we mean is that we can trace the final measurement back to a constant value. In this case, aerosol measurements are traced back to electrical current. So from electrical current, we have an aerosol electrometer that has an uncertainty of 1 to 3%. Primarily what we work with is this condensation particle counter. It is a very expensive measurement setup. It's not portable, and it's time intensive, but it has an uncertainty in the range of 4 to 5%. Then we use that to calibrate our internal reference devices. Here we have the uncertainty of about 7%. This is a mid-cost setup, It is semi-portable, and it is much more time efficient, so we're able to calibrate more devices with this. And then finally, the PNPTI devices that are used by the end user to measure the vehicles is calibrated by these internal reference devices, and there we have an error limit of plus or minus 30%. And these are portable, cost-effective measurement devices that are easy to use. So this is what we do in Switzerland, because everything comes back to a central institution, METAS. Other countries, for example, Germany, which are bigger and have more devices to calibrate, have a second step in between here where they might have more devices that are calibrated, but then you also expand your uncertainty, because each time you go down the chain, you increase the uncertainty of the measurements. Yeah. As I mentioned, you may have to apply a correction factor if you use different aerosols. So here I have a picture of a salt aerosol that is sometimes used because they are very cheap and easy to generate. However, compared to the combustion particles, you can see they look quite different. The salt particles are square, and the soot particles are these agglomerates of spheres. So right now, we are currently investigating what effect this has. We're going to publish these results in the next few months, but what we have found, in summary, is that the counting efficiency of the devices is between 10 to 40% different compared to polydispersed soot, so compared to what you would have in a real engine. So it's very important that if you are doing this, you apply a correction factor, and the correction factor you may need will be different for every device. And so at METAS, we also calibrate devices for other countries with soot and salt, so we have experience with both. And a couple of, from our experience, malpractices that we have seen. Often people will measure with the engine cold. The engine should be warm when the measurement is taking place. Sometimes the inlet of the device that is measuring can be contaminated with oil, so it must be clean, otherwise your measurement will be incorrect. Perhaps the devices are not sent for their yearly service, or they're not properly maintained, which could also have an impact. And occasionally people do not use the official measurement protocol, and instead they measure continuously. So what the official protocol is you insert the probe into the exhaust. There is a 15-second stabilization period, and then five 5-second measurements are performed with 5 seconds pause, and the probe is removed from the exhaust. And one official measurement is the average of these three. And this is important because if, for example, the particulate filter is in the regeneration stage, you may notice that there's a big difference between these measurements. It should be quite stable in each 5-second measurement, not changing. So a little bit about the future of periodic technical inspection in other vehicles, not just diesel. The EU recently announced that they will be bringing in periodic technical inspection for gasoline vehicles as well, and Switzerland will likely follow. We are currently doing research on this topic, and our preliminary results show that some of the existing instruments may be disturbed by high humidity, and gasoline engines tend to have a more humid exhaust compared to diesel. Gasoline also tends to produce smaller particles, which can also have a greater health effect, but these instruments were really designed for diesel exhaust that has larger particles, so the counting efficiency of the devices is lower. So what this means is that only about 20% of the particles that are 20 nanometers in size are counted, compared to about 100% of the 80 nanometer particles. So that is something to be considered. And finally, some research from our colleagues at the Joint Research Center have shown that we might also need a different test protocol than the one that we use for diesel. So, in addition, for non-road mobile machinery in Switzerland, until now, non-road compression ignition engines have been subjected to testing either with opacity meters or with particle counters. But next year, particle counters will be mandatory, and this is because the opacity meters can only measure very large particles, and modern engines tend to produce smaller particles, so we need a particle counter. Now, I'd like to highlight that we are open to collaboration. Switzerland is a member of UNIDO, and they provide support for technical collaborations, and Metas is a partner. So if you're interested in collaborating us, this is one avenue that we could get some funding to do so. And to summarize the most important points, the purpose of PNPTI is to identify these high-emitting vehicles so that we can remove them and improve air quality or fix the diesel particulate filter. Proper implementation of PNPTI requires traceable facilities and training for the end users. If a test aerosol other than soot is used, then an appropriate correction factor must be applied. And finally, Metas is open for collaboration with implementation, training, or improvement of PNPTI programs. So if you are interested in that, there are more resources on our website, also in English, so you can scan the QR code or reach out to us via email. We're very happy to collaborate.
Muchas gracias, Una, por tu presentación. Vamos a dejar un momento esta diapositiva para que puedan tomar foto del código QR. También vamos a tener las presentaciones.
Environmental company of the state of Sao Paulo, and he is going to talk to us about methods that are also in our radar, not only particle counting, which is to validate those low emissions in particle filter equipped vehicles, but also those vehicles using automotive urea. Welcome, Rui, the floor is yours. This presentation is going to be delivered in Portuguese. We will have the translation from Portuguese into Spanish and also the translation from Spanish into English. So, Rui, over to you, and thank you very much for joining us today. Good morning, everybody. It is a huge pleasure for me to be here with you today. Thank you very much, Kalak, for inviting me. It is an honor for me to be here today. I will talk to you about heavy-duty vehicle inspection phases Euro 5 and Euro 6. First of all, I would like to make a brief introduction of how environmental management is organized in my country. The Ministry of the Environment is responsible for the management throughout the national territory with over 8 million square kilometers. So we are talking about quite a big area, a vast area, areas with a large density and also areas with very small densities. So the administration of these areas is quite challenging. IRAMA is the technical branch that provides services to the Ministry of the Environment for the management at the territorial level. It is the Brazilian Environmental Institute, and CETES is the environmental company at the state of Sao Paulo. It has a territorial area which is much smaller, only 12% of the country, but around 40% of the vehicle fleet circulates within the state of Sao Paulo. That is why it is so important to have this technical cooperation between IBAMA and CETESB whenever we refer to the management of vehicle emissions. CETES has action at the federal level. Phases, the Euro 5 phase began in Brazil in 2012. when most vehicles adopted the SCR system, and from 2022 they implemented the Euro 6 phase in the country. All the vehicles had to use the SCR system to meet emission limits of nitrogen oxides. Essentially, that is an SCR system which injects an agent, a reducing agent in the exhaust of the vehicle, which is going to convert nitrogen oxide into water and nitrogen. I would like to present to you a short scenario from Brazil. The first chart shows the consumption of diesel in the country. Here you can see that from 2016 until present, there is a growing consumption of diesel, and in 2023 they consumed 66 million cubic meters of diesel. This chart shows the sale of vehicles, Euro 6 vehicles in the country. It shows both lorries and buses, and here we can say that there are currently 300,000 Euro 6 vehicles. This chart shows us the heavy-duty vehicle fleet with the corresponding European phases. We can see that in 2023, over 50% of the fleet is already fitted with this SCR system. And the final chart or graph shows the consumption of AdBlue in the country. As there is an increase in the consumption of diesel, there is an increase in the consumption of AdBlue in the country, and here we have estimated that around 30% of AdBlue is being tampered with. And there's a big problem, because we move from having a higher emission of nitrogen oxide for the atmosphere, or we will end up affecting the treatment system. So there are many frauds in this SCR system. It is essentially made up by three pathways. The most significant one the most important or significant one is the route of vehicle owners, because they dilute Arla 32, the AdBlue. In Brazil, AdBlue is called Arla 32, or when the owner of the vehicle uses electronic devices which corrode the electronic components of the vehicle, and because of that, the vehicle circulates without the use of the AdBlue. There's another route that has been shown, and this is the route of certified manufacturers, certified by the Brazilian Metrology Institute. These are manufacturers that at first they presented good quality products, and they obtained the certification, but after obtaining the certification they changed the process of production using agricultural urea, which is of low quality, it has much more pollutants, or they are using water from the faucet. That's it, which contains minerals that is going to affect the post-treatment system. We have another route, which is the route of the clandestine manufacturers. Those are the ones that were never certified. They produce or manufacture these products in a clandestine manner. They also use low-quality agricultural urea, or they use demineralized water from the faucet. On this link here, you can find, this will take you to a site to shows you how to make AdBlue from home or at home. In any case, adulteration or tampering with the SCR system needs to make the vehicle to trigger the light that something is wrong with the vehicle, and they should call the vehicle owner's attention that there's something wrong with the vehicle. And if they don't do anything after a while, this is going to lead to the reduction in the torque of the vehicle. So this should make the user take a corrective action. This picture here, in this picture here, we can see a federal police officer standing next to a representative from IBAMA. They are visiting a production plant of an ARLA, or clandestine AdBlue plant. This picture shows an inspection, a Brazilian road inspection. Vehicles are always inspected with the presence of the police. IBAMA and CETES do not have the authority to stop a vehicle, so they always need to cooperate with the federal highway police. There's always a police agency that is authorized to stop the vehicles. IBAMA has influence throughout the national territory, and CETES has influence within the state of Sao Paulo. We always check 3 parameters whenever we stop the vehicles: concentration, purity of the AdBlue, and whether there is the presence of undesired action devices. So the first action is to take a sample of AdBlue from the... Here we are taking a sample of AdBlue to conduct our test, and the police will do the other inspections, for instance, where does the vehicle come from, and all the issues related to the security of the vehicle. In terms of the verification of AdBlue concentration, we use a portable refractometer, a very small equipment. So we follow the CETES technical standards indicated here, and this includes all the procedures. The specification of AdBlue is 31.8, 33.2%, and we adopt a safety margin where we evaluate between 30 and 35%. So if the owner of the vehicle is using urea below 35% or above 35%, that the vehicle is going to be stopped. So we also check the purity of AdBlue that is being used, and in a sample of 50 ml of AdBlue, we add 2 drops of Orochrome Black. This is a titration, and if the result of this mixture gives us the blue color, this means that urea is of good quality. But if it gives us a purple or reddish color, this means that this urea, this AdBlue, was manufactured using substances which are not pure. So this vehicle would have to be stopped. Here we have the references of where you can find this regulation or standard. Now, the verification of this purity, we identify the presence of calcium and magnesium. This is a good indicator, and it allows us to solve 90% of the problems. However, we do have some hint that they are using water non-demineralized water. So this is a water that is not suitable for the formulation of AdBlue. So we are looking for a way to study the presence of aldehydes on the field as an indicator of a low quality AdBlue. Finally, we're trying to find the undesired action devices. This is much more difficult to do. This can be concealed or hidden in any part of the vehicle. So what we do at first is to certify that the malfunctioning light is actually working. And once we ensure that the system is fully operational, we will remove the fuses of the SCR system and we ignite or turn on the vehicle 3 consecutive times. After that, the light indicating a malfunctioning should be turned on, and the indicator of the level of AdBlue should be in 0. If one of these 2 conditions are not met, this is an indicator that the vehicle is fitted as an electronic device, and therefore it also has the possibility of being fined. In terms of the fines of the vehicles, we are based on the federal law of environmental crimes, Law 9605, supplemented by Federal Decree 514. And this fine is of around $400. In addition to that, the vehicle might be retained. In the future, we wish to further develop a methodology, but we also want to do an OBD reading on the field by evaluating the potential failure codes. We tried to develop a method for the detection of aldehyde in AdBlue. And we want to look for a way of evaluating oxygen, NOx, and others. Thank you very much. This is what I wanted to present to you. Once again, thank you very much. We would like to invite Lucy Sadler now, who is going to talk to us about low emission zones, zero emission zones, and her experience on this topic. Lucy has over 30 years of experience in air quality and transport policy. She is an expert on urban vehicle access regulations, a key tool towards sustainable urban mobility and climate neutrality. Since 2007, she has been managing the European platform of this UVAR platform, Urban Vehicle Access Regulations. And she is a reference point on UVARs. Previously, she led the air quality team in the mayor office of the UK, leading the first London-wide air quality management strategy in the preparation for the LEC and implementation of the congestion charging. Let us now welcome Lucy so she can deliver the final presentation of this first session. Thank you, Lucy.
Are you still awake? Good. I have 10 minutes. I hope I keep to that. And if I talk too fast, please put your hand up, because I talk fast and it's not good. Okay, I work on low emission zones, congestion charges, and other urban access regulations. This is the map from our website. It shows that there are many urban access regulations in Europe. There are hundreds of them. So, okay, low emission zones, what are they? They're bans for vehicles not meeting emission standards in certain areas, or in the UK, vehicles that do not meet the emission standards are charged a fee. They can be really large areas. London is one of the biggest. It's about the same population as Lima, and it's 2,400 square kilometers. Or they can be also for smaller towns, where the primary problem is often the pollution is from the transport. There are hundreds across Europe, but also increasingly in other parts of the world, in Japan, in China, in India, and many other places. Increasingly, people are saying, the pollution is too bad, something needs to be done. The low emission zones can often be the most significant single tool to improve air quality. It's not a magic wand, it won't do everything overnight, but it can be the single tool. The amount of impact they can have varies, many different reasons to vary, but you can think about 12 to 30% emissions reduction. And it's important they are part of an air quality and a part of a transport strategy, not just the low emission zone. You're looking at parking, public transport, lots of the whole picture. They are best, especially in countries that, in Germany, people do what they're told a bit more. And in other countries, this is not so much the case. And so it's important to have camera enforcement. And they are also important to be phased in. Don't start tomorrow with Euro 6, but start maybe, depending on the vehicle fleet, Euro 1, Euro 3, Euro 4, and Euro 6. And it's important to tighten them because the low emission zone speeds the replacement of the fleet. And if the standard stays the same, then the fleet will go back to normal. So they need to be reviewed and tightened with any urban access regulation to review it. And when it no longer has an impact, you tighten it or change it. There are also emergency schemes that say, tomorrow it's polluted, let's do a low emission zone. But I don't like them. They're too chaotic. Congestion charging. This is fairly rare, more controversial, and high profile. You may have heard of them. London, Milan, Singapore, even New York. I was amazed that happens in New York, but it does. The pain was greater. The pain of doing the congestion charge was less than the pain of not doing things. Freedom for everybody to travel means freedom for everybody to sit behind the next vehicle. They are enforced with cameras and sometimes also transponders, but you need cameras as well. They are the only access regulation to bring revenue, to bring finance to the city. All the others cost money to implement. And it is essential that the money that comes is used to improve the sustainable transport system. Otherwise, it's really unpopular. It's just another tax. They just want my money. And it depends how you communicate it. I am going to improve the public transport system. I'm going to make it easier and quicker to get to your destination. And the people who go by car will be charged. Or I'm going to charge cars. I'm going to charge you to go in. And I'm going to use the money to improve the public transport system. You are saying the same thing, but you're marketing it differently. It's really important. Again, the amount you can expect to reduce depends on many things, but you are looking at about 30% congestion reduction and 15% traffic reduction. But for this to be possible, you must increase the public transport system. For people to get out of the car, they need an alternative. If you don't give them the alternative, they will just get angry. And you don't achieve what you want. You want people to get out of the car and onto bicycles, public transport, metro if you're lucky enough to have one. It needs to be part of a big strategy. And it's important to remember you are moving people and goods, not vehicles. That's the aim of a transport system. And this picture here says 1,000 words. How much space people take in a bus and bicycles, on foot or on cars. And it's normally one person per car. Another access regulation is a limited traffic zone. It says only the vehicles that are needed enter this area. So you have a permit, Maybe you're a resident, maybe you're a business operating in it, a deliverer. You may have to pay for the permit, so it's a kind of congestion charge as well. And you may have requirements like emissions to get in. They are the camera or bollard, no, wrong button, or bollard and transponder. And because you have less vehicles in there, you have more space. And you can take the space and do something else with it. These are many examples of spatial interventions. You will know many of them. You have bus lanes are really so important. Cycle lanes, cycle streets, pedestrian areas. And remember, if it's in a shopping centre, pedestrians spend more money than people in cars. It's not only environmentally, it's economically beneficial. Europe in the 80s, it was normal that the town centre was a car park. Everybody accepted it. This is what it was. And the city said, no, we will change to pedestrian zones. And the shopkeeper said, no, we will go bankrupt. It won't work. The city said, we're doing it anyway. And today, nobody wants to go back. There are pedestrian zones. This is from Cusco, where I was last week. It was wonderful. But they have an older pedestrian zone, and they have more recently just closed this road off. So maybe expanding bit by bit the pedestrian area. And these are from Milan. What they've done recently is taken the road space and the car parking. Cars don't only take space when they are driving, they take space when they are parked. And you can take the car parking space, if it's on road, and turn it to a bus lane. Or what they've done here is they've given it back to the people. Or in here, they've taken this to interchange and given it to public transport and transfer. So many of these, all different kinds of access regulation, they can be combined. You can have congestion charging with emissions, low emission zones with charge, or it depends what's appropriate for your city. I've forgotten one here. Taking car parking space and turning it to amenity spaces. On-street dining, on-street restaurants. Zero emission zones. It sounds future, but it's coming. It is in existence in many cities. Its entry to non-combustion vehicles is not allowed. So it's cycle, e-bike, foot, electric, and fuel cell vehicles only. These are primarily for climate, but they will also improve air quality. Ideally, you have a limited traffic zone, so reduce the number of vehicles entered, and then those vehicles that are allowed to come in are zero. But they can also be phased from a low emission zone. There are many in place, and many more are planned. And you can phase them in. In the Netherlands, they say first delivery vehicles, because these are vehicles that are traveling a lot in the urban areas, and they are commercial. And first, these will be zero emission zone, and they're phasing it in. So they started on the 1st of January this year, and vehicles bought from the 1st of January need to be zero emission. In 2030, all vehicles need to be zero emission. So it's giving a transition phase. And they maybe start small and maybe get a bit bigger. These will be needed. Zero emission zones and other access regulation will be needed for net zero. It's very easy for a politician to say, I want to go net zero. You need actions on the ground in many spheres, but transport is one of the spheres that is not reducing, and things need to be done. That I will do tomorrow. Looking at the Latin American odd-even schemes, they're used in many Latin American cities, and they have significant impact on the use of I have a vehicle, and I can only use it half of the time. That means the other half I am parked somewhere, taking space. They're taking resources. There is much mixed views on how much impact they have. Sometimes they have impact at the start, but maybe the impact reduces over time. I am commuting with my car into work. I can only do it half of the days. Am I going to move to public transport? The public transport has to be there. Or am I, over time, going to buy a second car that may be older? And there is lots of evidence that this has been happening. Something when you're thinking of if you're improving congestion or air pollution, it's most important to affect the vehicles that are travelling in every day. If you go in once a month, who cares? The commuters going in every day are the ones you really need to change their behaviour or their vehicle. You need to give them the alternatives. In the EU, some cities had odd-even schemes, but most of them have moved to low-emission zones now. Most low-emission zones. And they found that the impact of low-emission zones was greater on air quality, was greater than the impact on traffic reduction. Traffic reduction reduces air quality too, and climate. But it's the difference on what you want to do. I had the privilege to be to work for CALAC in the Chile UVA study, which is looking at how a low emission zone and congestion charge as an alternative to their current odd-even schemes, and thinking about what can be done. Each city is different. What can be done? It's interesting to see what can be done. There are many things to consider with UVAs. They're not a magic wand, but they're often the largest tool in the box. They're part of a strategy. Have I said this before? Strategies with public transport, cycling, walking, and logistics consolidations. Thank you very much. Improving it. The good quality buses. Public transport sometimes has a bad reputation. Make sure there are really pretty, nice buses for those who currently drive. Something also is important, parking regulation and a parking strategy. If you cannot park at your destination, then maybe you won't drive. The cities have control over the on-street parking. Take the on-street parking away and turn it into bus lanes or consolidation centres or something else. It's best if UVAs are based on the data. You don't want to do a low emission zone for lorries and find your main problem was vans. So it's best if you know what's going on. It's best, sometimes you don't have the best data. It's interesting, there is also, if you don't have data, big data, Google has lots of information and they sell it. So if you don't have a transport model, think about using big data. You've got to take people with you. Stakeholder engagement, communicating, marketing the right message, as I said before. The same scheme with different marketing can be good or bad. We've seen that in Sweden. If you say to somebody, do this, they are going to rebel. If you take them and say, this is why we're doing it, what are your problems? This problem, we can accommodate this problem. Okay, everybody will want exemptions. We can't do that. But to have that dialogue. It's important, essential that people and goods can still access this area. You don't want to price people out of their jobs. So they access the area even if it is not by their first mode of choice. And often you need a carrot, the transport needs to be there, and a stick. You know, like yourself, I should lose weight, I should lose weight. My trousers don't fit, I must lose weight. I should go by public transport. No, I know I should. I cannot go by my car, then I will go public transport. And you need complementary measures for the poorest, maybe grants, scrappage, going to a public transport ticket to make sure that the very poorest in countries do not have cars. But the poorer car owners, you need to make sure that they are somehow compensated. That better public transport helps. They can move to that. This is me. There is also, if you want to know more about UVAs, there are some really good resources. There is a free online UVA training course here from the EU Urban Mobility. All these resources can be translated with the browser into Spanish or Portuguese. There's a real toolkit to help you design your UVA. And there's a guidance with many aspects if you're wanting to implement an UVA. There's information about digitizing so that the Google can know where they are. And this is our website, Urban Access Regulations, with information on urban access regulations in Europe. And we have a newsletter for public authorities where you can register here. Any more, if you want to know any more about urban access regulations, just get in touch. I can answer your questions, help you, support you, whatever. This is me. And I don't know if I've done 10 minutes, but that's me. I'm finished now. And I hope I was slow enough.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Lucy. Un fuerte aplauso. Y bueno, continuamos.
And now
Bueno, muchas gracias.
we continue. Well, I would like to thank all of the speakers in this first section, and we invite each one of the speakers for a photograph here up front. Please come here, and we are going to take a picture of this first section of the speakers, please. And since we don't have time, the Q&A session will be consolidated for an answer that will come later. But, well, also, here we invite you to come and approach them and talk to them at the break. Well, once again, we would like to invite you to give a round of applause to our speakers of this first session. Thank you all for participating in this part. And now we have a coffee break outside, please. And we will be back in 20 minutes to begin the next session. Thank you very much.
programa o del Foro Internacional Clima y Aire
of
Limpio.
Forum Climate and Clean Air. Where are we and where are we heading in urban transportation and machinery in Latin America?
Ahorita yo voy a estar allá. ¿Qué te iba a decir? Bueno, ahí tú miras el tema de las preguntas, porque si ahorita...
Es lo que te iba a preguntar. Entonces, ¿qué tenemos? ¿Preguntas después de cada intervención?
Tú lo ves, si se extienden mucho, pues sí, ya toca cortar. Sí. Pero si no, podemos dar un espacio de preguntas. Sí. Ahí tú lo perdón, 12:40, sí. 12:40 y ahí damos la apertura a las conclusiones por parte de Adrián.
Entonces, terminando esto, vamos a la... ¿Viste? ¿Me lo dejaste?
Sí. Esta es la segunda. La otra está aquí. Y un tema que estaba aquí, se me olvidó, ya también. Si pueden, para que vamos a ver participación por preguntar.
Good morning once again. My name is Marco Balan and I am the coordinator of the CALAC program in Mexico City. Well, once again, thank you very much to all of you for being here. And I would also like to welcome our online attendees. You know that CALAC has as its main objective to reduce emissions in public transportation. And now we are going to talk about that. Our first panel member is Nancy Manriquez from the Ministry of Environment of Chile. Nancy is the head of mobile sources in the Division of Air Quality of the Ministry of the Environment in Chile. And she has 19 years of experience in urban transportation, of road machinery and environment, and Chile has positioned itself as a country in Latin America as the country with the highest levels of control of emissions in Latin America. Nancy, welcome. We have 10 minutes. Thank you very much. Well, I am extremely happy to be here with all of you. I only have 10 minutes to speak. And I also have the problem that Lucy Sadler has, and that's that I speak very quickly. But it seems like my mind is just going very fast all the time. Well, this? Okay, perfect. Can you hear me? Yeah? Perfect. Well, regarding the discussion that we have here in this forum, where we are and where we are heading regarding the control of vehicle emissions, well, I imagine that you all know that in Chile we've made important progress in the regulation of mobile sources. Currently, our entry regulations are equivalent to Euro 6 in every vehicle category: medium, light vehicles, heavy duty vehicles. So as regards the entry basis, we have a very good regulation. Now, red is a special case. I'm going to show you a case that I took from the TPM that shows all of the evolution that we have had in the technological renewal of public transportation in the metropolitan region. And I'll give you the context. In the metropolitan region, we have an important reduction in the concentration of particulate materials since the 90s so far, we have had a reduction of approximately 70%. And this is, of course, in terms of the air quality in the city. However, we are still not meeting the air quality standards that are required. And during winter and other episodes, well, we have problems of critical episodes. So there's still a long way that we have to go through. We have to keep on improving emissions, and we also need to keep the emissions of our clean fleet. That is a big pillar of work that we have at the Ministry of Environment. And well, I want to show you now the graph that I brought with me, and we feel so proud of it. We're proud of our public transportation in the metropolitan region. Can you please help me moving to the next slide? Well, oh yeah, perfect. Well, here in this graph, it shows the evolution of the fleets of public transportation, and we can see how this has varied, how this has changed since 2018. Here it goes, 2019, 2020, and this is 2025. This is a forecast that we have regarding the fleet that we will have of electric buses. We expect to have 4,400 electric buses. And by 2096 Euro 6 buses. So we're very proud of having this vehicular fleet. And I would also like to point out that there's a lot of history behind this graph. A lot of work has been done. I would like to emphasize the standard that was established in 2010. This is the Euro 3 regulation with filter. This is a standard that was passed in 2010, and that allowed the entry of Euro 3 with filter vehicles from the factory, and that allowed us to reduce the emissions in public transportation from that year onward of 50% or more of particulate matter. So it was an important milestone, and it is to be emphasized because all of this work that was done, well, the Swiss cooperation, well, it was very important in the development of the regulations and standards. So it's important to point out this milestone. And then in 2018, we started with Euro 6. And starting from that year, the mass incorporation of electric buses started. Basically, thanks to the business model that was implemented in the tender. And it's thanks to that that we can have this in public transportation at the metropolitan region. What happened with this? Oh no, it will be repeated. Okay, good. And well, the other issue that I wanted to point out here that is extremely important is what do we do with the vehicles that are being used, that we have in our fleet? Even if in the metropolitan region we have very stringent regulations for vehicles, internationally, there are many problems with the post-treatment systems. For example, there have been problems with the particulate filters. In many cases, they have been removed from the vehicles. And we have also had problems with urea. It's very important to address these issues. We are doing very important work with the Ministry of Transportation. And we're basically working in two pillars. One, to control the urea quality in diesel vehicles, but also there is a particulate number regulation for technical inspections and for inspections in the public road. What are we currently doing? we're reviewing a standard that's Decree 4 of the Ministry of Transportation. It's a standard that establishes several regulations of the vehicles being used. Basically, what we want to do here is to establish a new regulation in the technical review plans for diesel equipment, Euro 5 and Euro 6, to be applied in PRT and in the public road, as I just mentioned. Now, in the case of the diesel vehicles and medium-sized, light and heavy-duty vehicles, we want to establish the number rule, replacing the opacity rule for Euro 6 vehicles. And in the case of diesel, light, medium-sized, light, heavy-duty vehicles, Euro 5 and Euro 6, and we want to build in the control of the use of urea additive. What is expected with these regulations is basically to avoid bad practices such as the manipulation of control systems or not using the urea additive. And well, I wanted to mention this issue of the control of the urea additive. We built that in the regulation a little ago because we had the opportunity of going to Sao Paulo to get training in the control of the additive, urea additive. Here we have a Chilean and Colombian delegation. So we had the opportunity of getting to know this control in depth. And thanks to that, we were also able to move forward in studying this. And a month ago, we had a measurement campaign, and the personnel of CETESP visited us. We did several measurements on the road in Chile, and we had very interesting results. For example, there were some problems with the interurban buses of the metropolitan region. There we saw that there were some problems with adulteration and fraud, approximately 20%. And in the case of the trucks that were inspected on the road, we had 100% of compliance. That is very good news. But, well, it is very important to control this. And, well, we expect that with this amendment, we will be able to reduce or actually maintain the emission of vehicle fleets. And with this, we can maintain the air quality that is required. So these are two measures that are very important for the vehicles being used. And we are thinking of conducting this in this time frame. What we want is that by July, August, we want to publish the draft bill for this regulation that will involve both measures, particulate number and urea, and also urea control. And we hope that it will be published by August, the second half of this year. Well, our regulation forces us to do the economic assessment. Well, it's a lengthy process. We have many things to do. But, well, we have made a lot of work. And once again, I would like to thank the Swiss Cooperation Agency for giving us information and technical support and also resources to do the studies that are necessary to move forward with all of this. And it is true that without the support, the cooperation and resources of the SDC that we have had over the past years, I think that it would have been very difficult to move forward with this issue. So once again, I would like to thank the SDC for all the help provided to us, and hopefully we'll be able to meet our goal, which is very ambitious, but we think that we'll be able to achieve this. And this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Nancy.
Thank you very much, Nancy. Since you are joining us, I don't know whether there are any questions from the audience, since we have our experts here. So do you wish to ask a question? Yes, sure. Congratulations for your presentation. You mentioned that apart from these standards, You were also considering the business model. Can you elaborate on that? That has been critical in the case of Chile. Here we're only talking about operators, and we are putting the burden on the operators. They need to look for the funds, etc. And my other comment is as follows. Here we are lacking the taxes on externalities, which are the emissions. I believe that Chile has tax schemes in accordance with the level of pollution. So can you delve into the business model that you referred to and the taxes on emissions? This is something that could be replicated here. Yes. In terms of the business model, I am no expert on this topic, but essentially the business model of RET is quite a successful model, but it also requires many subsidies from the government, from the state. So unfortunately, I do not have all the information available to provide insights on how the business model works, which is quite complex, but buses are funded by the state, and the operation is outsourced, and in this way it works well. The state gives guarantees to the companies so they can operate properly, so the model does work. Now, saying that this model is not as easy to replicate in other places, there is a bus electromobility target for the regions. But it's not just about copy-pasting the RED model in the regions, because in those cases we have several operators. The system is very different. Each city has its own peculiarities, so it's not a matter of just replicating the RED model with large-size companies and let us implement it in Valdivia, in the south of Chile. So what we have to do in that case is to think what kind of business model can work better in these cases, and that is the work we are doing along with the Ministry of Transport. We are in a GEF cooperation project where we are doing a specific analysis in the city of Valdivia, where we might have something related to facilitating the freight infrastructure to small-size operators. This is the activity we are involved in with this project, and hopefully this works out, because this can be a good example that can then be replicated in other cities. And hopefully it can be replicated in other cities of the region, because it is quite similar. So that is why I understand that the business model is very similar to that of Colombia. It is very similar, and that of Mexico as well. They're quite similar. This is what I wanted to mention about the business model. If you need further information, you can drop us an email and we can send you information on the terms and conditions or the experts. You ask me about the tax. There are green taxes, what we call green taxes. The Ministry of the Environment has these taxes. The companies have to pay a certain amount of money, taxes, for emissions that are generated, either at the industrial level or at the level of transport, mobile source transport. Thank you. This is what we have in terms of... I couldn't hear his comment. He's not using the microphone. I'm sorry. Thank you. A very quick question, Nancy. The renewal of the fleet in Chile has been outstanding. What happens with the Euro 2, Euro 3, Euro 4, which are no longer used in the city? What happens with those vehicles? I don't know, to be honest. Honestly, I don't know. Okay, excellent. Nancy Manriquez, thank you very much. Thank you, Nancy. Well, next on our list is consultant Alejandro Fraga, Colombian citizen. He's an electrical engineer with a master's degree from engineering business management from the University of Warwick in the UK. He has specialized in business structuring and projects in the energy sector, including low-emission hydrogen, renewable energies. He has over 10 years of experience in the Colombian energy sector, and he's in charge of developing business models of mobility to hydrogen and implementation of the hydrogen route in Colombia. Alejandro, over to you. Can you give us a hand with the slides? Oh, there it is. Well, thank you very much to CALAC for inviting me. Also, thank you to Swiss Contact. Before I start with my presentation, I would like to imagine the universe without hydrogen. Is it possible to find ourselves in that universe without hydrogen? It's a very straightforward answer. And no, it would be like this black hole on the screen. We couldn't exist. Hydrogen was created over 370,000 years after the Big Bang, and 75% of the universe is made up by hydrogen. And hydrogen can be found throughout the universe. It is the fuel of our stars. The sun is composed of 90% of hydrogen, also helium, and all our planets have over 70% of hydrogen. Where do we find hydrogen as well? In our planet Earth, it can be found in water. 70% of our Earth is covered by water. In the fossil fuels, all hydrocarbons contain hydrogen, and any organic matter has hydrogen. We are composed of hydrogen. The carbohydrates that we eat daily are also hydrogen. Which are the other characteristics of hydrogen? It is the most simple element. It only has one electron and one proton. It has an atomic weight of 1, but it has very simple characteristics which are harmless. It is harmless. It doesn't cause any damage to health. It is not toxic. It is colorless. We cannot see it. When it is burnt, we cannot see it either. It is odorless. It cannot be smelled. It is non-toxic and very light, 14 times lighter than air. It always tends to move towards the atmosphere. But why hydrogen? Apart from defining it, why hydrogen can play a key role in the future energy scenarios? The Energy Council, the World Energy Council, indicates that the energy of the future has 3 main characteristics. First of all, energy security. Secondly, it should be affordable or energy equity, and finally sustainable. And hydrogen fits in as sustainable because apart from being a broad energy vector in the universe, we have over 70% of the universe made up by hydrogen. After being burned, it only emits water. It is this represents clean air for our cities. And in this energy future, we find 2 important vectors: hydrogen and electricity. Hydrogen, it has some characteristics, and it somewhat competes with electricity. Electricity, we can say, is economic and sustainable after being produced, but we have a problem with electricity. It is not as reliable because we don't have a way of storing it, whereas the hydrogen, we can say that it's highly reliable. It can be stored for days, for years, for months. It is sustainable because it doesn't produce any CO2 emissions, but at what cost? Well, it is a much higher cost than electricity. Which are the characteristics of hydrogen? Well, it is quite versatile, progressive, zero emissions, and extendable. Now we will see in more detail why is it so versatile, progressive, because we can use the current infrastructure and we can adapt it to the use of hydrogen, zero emissions. By being burned, it only produces water, and it is extensible. It can be phased in gradually. Why is it so versatile? Well, essentially, we can produce it from many sources, and it can be used for many purposes. Hydrogen can be produced from renewable sources or fuel-based sources, such as methane, from carbon as well, and it can be used in multiple energy end uses. In purple, you can see how hydrogen is used nowadays, but it is so versatile that we can produce it from multiple sources and can be used in almost any end use of energy or final use of energy. Currently, it is done through methane reforming, and hydrogen is used for the heavy industry, for the production of chemicals such as ammonia and methanol, and also for space trips. However, we are showing today new uses of energy, such as the use of heavy material and aviation. How is hydrogen used in Colombia? Colombia is the fourth economy with the most competitive hydrogen in the near future. Colombia has an infrastructure very similar to the one you see on this map. Unfortunately, the map is not showing up very well. We have two important ports, the one of Buenaventura and Barranquilla, the important cities which are Bogotá, Cali, and Medellin, Cartagena, are connected through sound road infrastructure, and most logistical transport is done by land. So from this initial infrastructure, hydrogen has become very important in the development of the hydrogen route. And how do we see this hydrogen route? Today we have 10 projects in the pipeline, in operation, around $11 million executed. We have 3 hydrogen power plants operating in Colombia, one in Medellin, one in Cartagena, another one in Bogotá. We are going to refer specifically to the one in Bogotá. We have several companies that are involved in this type of project. We have Essentia, Promigas, EPM, Ecopetrol, among others. And why are we developing this hydrogen route? So we can achieve goals for 2030 of 1 to 3 gigawatts of electrolysis capacity installed electrolysis capacity, around 1,500 heavy-duty vehicles. And why is it important to follow this hydrogen route? So we can reach net zero emissions by the year 2050 in Colombia. And this does not only happen in Colombia, but we have seen that this hydrogen revolution is taking place elsewhere. We have found different projects globally. DHL has around 40 trucks for transporting their goods, carrying their goods. We've also found an example in Chile. They are running pilot projects with hydrogen for their integrated public transport system. We also have the use of hydrogen in vessels, ships, and finally, we see that it is being used in a hydrogen train in Spain. Why does it play such an important role? Because hydrogen is capable of reaching places where batteries fall short or run short. We have a limit of battery charging. The larger the distance, the higher the charging capacity, the more the batteries, and this reduces the charging capacity or the loading capacity of the vehicle, sorry. So hydrogen in this case plays a key role. And now we will look at the case study of Bogotá, where in the next semester, they will commission this project of a hydrogen bus into the integrated public transport system of Bogota. What is this project about? A project that I am personally leading. It's about producing certified energy or low-emission energy. This is renewable. Well, this renewable energy is going to be used for the production of hydrogen. We have the capacity of producing 23 tons of hydrogen per year with an electrolyzer of 135 kilowatts, where we can include water and electricity, and we can do the splitting or division of the hydrogen molecule into its two components. Oxygen essentially is emitted to the atmosphere. It is not a greenhouse gas, and hydrogen goes into the system of the bus. What is the importance of this hydrogen bus? We have a capacity of 440 kilometers, whereas its electrical pier has a capacity of 250 kilometers. Finally, it is a project made in Colombia with Colombian technology, where the bus construction engineering was carried out in this Latin American country. That is why it's so important to refer to this project. And how can Peru follow the same steps towards a hydrogen route? By capitalizing on this progressivity and versatility of hydrogen, by using the current infrastructure that they have. It is a country rich in resources, renewable energy resources. In the north, in Piura, we find the capacity of producing wind power. Towards the south, they can produce solar energy. They are quite rich. Peru is quite rich in terms of mines for the production of copper, silver, gold. Additionally, it has around 7 refineries. This will allow us to create those hydrogen hubs, logistical hubs, capitalizing on such robust infrastructure such as the port of Chancay. And in this way, in the world, we find many hydrogen pilot projects which give solutions for the logistical capacities that Peru has. So, as a way of conclusion, the hydrogen solutions that we currently see and are commercially available, this is a call for action in some way, because Peru can actually move their economy without the use of carbon. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alejandro. Let me see if there are any questions from the audience. Alejandro, congratulations. It is quite encouraging to hear from you about this possibility. I have a number of questions. If this is so beneficial, why hasn't hydrogen been used before? What has prevented us from using hydrogen before as a more harmless fuel? Yes, thank you very much for your question. Well, at first, hydrogen was used since 2016 in the refining of fuels, and it has been used massively for the desulfurization of fuels in other industries. However, there was an episode which is one of the reasons they began demonizing the hydrogen, which was the Hindenburg tragedy. It was, hydrogen was not the fuel, but it was the gas that allowed them to raise this aircraft, and there was an accident, and it was demonized as a bad fuel. Today we see that since hydrogen is so light, even though it has energy density by mass higher than any fuel, reaching that mass or reaching that energy capacity requires compression, of that hydrogen, and this can increase the costs. Even though it is quite abundant, reaching that level of hydrogen requires very high operational costs. Additionally, we are developing the supply chain for developing all these technologies. Currently, it is an expensive technology and it cannot be compared to other fuels. It is much more costly right now. However, as with any new technology, it goes through a technology introduction curve, and it tends to be lower cost. People need to understand how to operate and sustain this type of assets, and in the end, we'll be able to widespread this technology. We have been using batteries for the last 10 years, and we were a little bit afraid of these electrical motorcycles, for instance. My question is, we are talking about green hydrogen here, and the definition of green hydrogen is generated by renewable energies in 100%, or is it usually generated by renewable energy? Which would be the definition, the accurate definition of green hydrogen? That is a very good question. Well, at present, we are moving from the different rainbow colors of hydrogens to emission measurement scheme of its entire supply chain. In the near future, we'll be able to eliminate these emission colors, the hydrogen colors, and we'll be able to directly measure to which to what this emission is connected to. From the Colombian regulation, well, in the Colombian regulation, we have the capacity of producing hydrogen from renewable energies, or as such, that the energy consumed by a green hydrogen project should be supported by our certificates, so they can be producing that renewable energy in other part of the country, and those kind of certificates ensures that the energy that I'm using in my green hydrogen project is used. And in this way, the Colombian regulation allows me to certify it as green. This is in terms of Colombia. And in terms of the rest of the world, they tend to make this measurement of emissions. And they tend, so whenever a green hydrogen is produced, this should be the moment in which they produce the renewable energy. But in Colombia, it is called, or it is considered as green hydrogen. Yes, I have one additional question. Very short, please. Sorry, the microphone is not working. What kind of autonomy do you have for your bus project? What is your hydrogen storage volume, and at what pressure? We have a Buseton, a 15-passenger bus with a capacity of carrying 100,000 passengers per year, with a range of 450 kilometers, double of that of an electrical bus, and pressure 350 bars. It stores 30 kilograms of hydrogen. 1 kilogram of hydrogen gives us 15 kilometers of autonomy. Alejandro, thank you very much for your presentation. It has been very interesting. Let us give Alejandro a big hand. Thank you.
If someone else, yes, if someone else has questions, we beg you to apologize, as Alejandro will be available during lunchtime, and I'm sure that he will be very happy to answer your questions. I would like to remind the audience that is here and the audience online that the presentations will be available, and we have a barcode for that, and you'll be able to find it as well in our website online. The next person that I would like to call to the lectern is William Calderon from the University of Chile. He is the director of the Mechanical Engineering Department at the University of Chile, and he's the director of the Mechatronic Innovation and Productivity Lab. And he has produced and actively participated in projects for the operational feasibility of electric fleet and the technical performance of lithium batteries. He has a PhD in mechanical engineering, and he studied in the Notre Dame University in the USA. William, welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you all for coming. I would like to thank CALAC for inviting me to this very important event, which is also very interesting. Well, I'm here to talk about batteries. I'm here to talk about the challenges of electric buses and hydrogen buses as regards energy storage, and how these challenges are part of the development of this type of fleet in the city. Well, the first thing that I would like to emphasize is that electromobility and transportation is actually a market. And as a market, it has a value chain that is associated to it. And that brings the idea that we need to have stakeholders that provide services, and there needs to be a demand for services as well. And this market actually aims at mobility services. And here we have the different links of the chain. We have the area related to energy, and then the car manufacturers. Now, as regards to energy, if we go to the charging infrastructure, that's what we see the most as the users of vehicles and buses, right? If we think of a bus operation, we will always have to think of charging infrastructure, how to manage it, where to find it. That will always be the question. And then on the other hand, as regards vehicles, what type of vehicles are we talking about? What size? For how many people? The batteries to be what size? And the autonomy and the maintenance. And then finally, the question is, at some point in time, what to do with those batteries once the useful life period is over, or the lifespan is over. So we're going to talk about the charging infrastructure and the management of that charge in this presentation. This is the example of what has happened in Chile. We cannot see the data very well, but this is the update of how the charging infrastructure has grown in Chile. So there are some targets associated to moving from one vehicle from the center to the north of the country. Well, that would be a dream, and that has a gap as regards where can we have the charging infrastructure in the middle, because that would give us the autonomy just to make this trip on one run. And on the other hand, that leads us to things such as where to locate that charging infrastructure even within the cities. There are issues associated to the electrical grid, and we don't necessarily have the availability to have a charging infrastructure anywhere. And also there are aspects associated to the energy demand of vehicles and the new technologies. What type of charging infrastructure do they need? With this I mean the speed of charging, and it keeps evolving, favorable for the users. And here the branch of the value chain of electromobility associated to car manufacturers is always addressed, or battery development is always directed to creating batteries that are charged faster. So that's how it would get closer to the advantages of a traditional vehicle. So we can add the idea of communication and coordination in this charging infrastructure. For example, if we are thinking of including renewable energies in the charging system, how does it talk to, or how does it communicate to the current network? Let's say that I want the charging infrastructure in places where the power grid has no access. So how with the renewables, with the charging infrastructure and the rest of the environment match? It is important. So there are things as the compatibility of the equipment, the communication protocols, the interoperability, etc. So all of this is part of the challenges in terms of how to make the charging infrastructure grow. On the other hand, there are other issues that are the background technical issues, but it's important to get to know this from the perspective of the user of this infrastructure. In many cases, there is a misuse of the charging infrastructure because they let the vehicles charging there for more time than it's necessary, because what we know, and the big technological difference between the nickel cadmium and the current lithium batteries, is that they charge a lot faster at the beginning, and then at the end it's a lot slower. So I need to assess if it's worthwhile to charge for more time when what comes in the last 20% is just marginal, and that is reflected in the green curve. You can see the current that goes down throughout time. That's part of the physics of the batteries, and that's something to be taken into consideration when you design the charging management. Well, finally, it's part of what will start happening. Let's say that someone designs something thinking that everything will work well and constantly. Well, it won't happen like that, and they will start seeing deviations that will be explained because of things like this that I have just talked about. Well, this simplifies the previous idea, but this is what I see. Between the 80 and 100% of the charging process, well, that's where I take most of my time, right, per charging unit form a battery. So in Chile, we are exploring business models for public charging infrastructure, and they limit the charging to 80%. So let's say that I get there with 20% and I want to get to 100, the charging station will only offer me 80, because from 80 to 100 it's a lot of time, and it doesn't pay off, this process of charging, because I'm selling. And here we have to understand this: the provider of charging infrastructure, they sell energy, so we have to take a look at this as a market. So for them it won't be convenient that I will stay so much time there to charge so little in the last stretch, right? So here we have an example of what happens in Chile with bus fleets. This is the idea of at what time they're producing their charge processes in an operator, an ex-operator of the red service. Well, that's very recent. We have an average of the last 6 months. And here you can see that there are chargers that happen at night and around midday as well. So we have two valleys where there are no charges. So here there are areas in which we can have a lot of vehicles in operation, but we could have charging strategies that would make it more homogeneous throughout the day. But in Chile, we have this specificity. Because of the electrical grid that we have, right, it is very costly to charge between 6 and 10. So everyone avoids using the charging infrastructure between 6 and 10 p.m. So that's what you see there. So all of the processes are being moved towards the night or time during the day where it's more economical to do it. And here we have the electrical market per se, because it has a tariff structure. Of course, it depends on other considerations. This is a new stakeholder that now demands electrical energy, and that did not exist before, but there are other three that demand electric energy, and they are the ones that set the rules of the game, the balances of the market, and in the end, the fleet operators for buses or other types also have to adapt in order to achieve lower costs of energy. Well, here, this also addresses the charging methods, but also how technology is evolving. In Chile, we have buses operating at slow charge, the first ones that came in 2018, 2019, and the most recent ones are charges that are higher, more rapid, and that improves the design to our electric terminals that have to be different. So it's not feasible to have a charging infrastructure. For example, if you think of 100 buses in one place, well, those 100 buses, if they are like from 5 years ago or technology of 5 years ago, then it would be more feasible in the city versus the current buses, because they have charging capacities that are a lot quicker, right? And if I want to tap into that, because in the end, we would have less time for an idle bus, and that would improve the availability, then we also have to think, as the colleague from Mexico said, that the buses, or the ones that the transporters they want to operate. So there is a limitation if we have problems in the charging process. If it's slower, then there is an issue of reduction of availability. And well, what happens as well is that this is not ideal either, because even if I'm charging quicker, there are more problems that I could have with the power grid or things that I haven't considered. And then there could be events of non-charging. If I charge slowly, then it's going to be more secure, but I will invest more time. And well, this is to delve into the physics part. The other variable is how I take care of the battery. How do I take care of this asset? Because what I have expected is that deep inside, the charging process will increase throughout time. That is to say, it's more costly to charge the bus as time goes by. That's what is expected. But I can manage the charging process in such a way that it accelerates this process. That is to say that it will cost increasingly more, or that it will be a curve of deterioration that is more natural or projected by the manufacturer. So that has to do with how batteries work in the charging process and in the process where the vehicles are moving, whether there's a lot of demand or not, and also the temperatures of the batteries. And here we have other things like the cooling system. A lot of progress has been made in this regard. And in Chile, as a matter of fact, the latest bus models have a cooling system that is a lot more sophisticated than the ones that came 5 years ago. And that also goes hand in hand with having more capacity or speed of charging, because they're trying to make buses operate in spring temperatures, we would say. That is the ideal range to keep the lifespan in a better way. But this is part of the restrictions of technology. And well, the second topic that I wanted to delve into is circular economy, second life, and recycling. Well, some years ago, we thought that this was very far from happening. Now it's closer. And then we have to have an answer to this strategy one way or another. So it has always been proposed that batteries should be used as a energy storage. So there are off-grid applications. For example, let's say in an isolated school in the mountains that has no access to electricity, and they would need renewable energy, and the battery could be replaced by maybe with a used lithium battery or a lead battery that would have a second life. And then on-grid applications as well could be used. Many houses in Chile, many places are installing photovoltaic panels, and that is connected to the change in electricity prices. Well, it has to do with the electricity market. And then it could be a backup, people say, and it could provide energy in charging infrastructure, like reusing batteries. We could take that from several buses or vehicles, and we could have stations for stationary storage of this energy. And we also talk about how we get energy from buses to micro mobility. So in principle, this is lower energy demand, but their life cycle is shorter, so there is more deterioration faster in micro mobility vehicles. Well, there are regulations. In Chile, we're working on that. There is a law of responsibility of the producer, and that has to do with recycling. And we have searched regulations of the second life for batteries, and there's not a lot in the world. So this is associated how the industry grows. There needs to be stakeholders that have the technical capacities to take charge of that. And if you look for that information, you will find very little. There are not a lot of benchmarks on this or references. That is also explained by the market. And here we have some concepts that get repeated, but there are some companies that have declared the strategy for circular economy. What is important here is that here we have to see if there is some sort of vertical integration in the market of the product. So the one that sells the battery is also in charge of the second life of the battery, and they would solve the complete problem. But if we think about it strategically, we could be creating some sort of choking in the growth of the market, because that would mean that there is no growth in capacity of other stakeholders, right, to generate an extension of the services. This so-called supply, and, well, in the end, the market could be developed and the countries could tap into this market to generate their own industry and their own services and their own companies. There are concepts such as LSOH, and maybe you've heard about it, and the main indicator, or one of the main indicators, has to do with damage, the SOH indicator. And there are other things that could happen in the batteries that are not necessarily read in this indicator, that it's called the status of health, SOH. And when there is a review of a vehicle, there could be deformations. There are many things that we can see with cameras or with visual inspections. There can be certain type of deformations that we know that are going to have a repercussion on the useful life of batteries in vehicles. So the deterioration doesn't only have to do with how to look at it from the lab, that would be the SOH, but also how was the vehicle used? In what context? Was the vehicle used in faulty roads with a lot of vibration, or is there also a deterioration in the design of the benches? And if we think of a second life, those are things that we need to consider and assess. Well, here in Europe, there are examples of using, well, these are Nissan-lift batteries that were used at some point of Nissan Life. So here, these are small benches that could be designed, and the challenge is to appropriately select the used cells and know about the design of the packaging for an application where we know the demand that this application could have. So what I'm trying to say here is that deep inside, the market for the application of Second Life could be highly customized. And that is an opportunity for countries in order to generate stakeholders that will start to populate this type or use this type of needs, or that will have this type of needs in the future. And here we have the hydrogen challenges. In Chile, as the colleague mentioned, there are a couple of initiatives. But the people who come from the battery world, they always see the graph that is to our right. So we have the right to the efficiency of an electron that is produced and how it finally gets to the vehicle. And we know that there is more loss of efficiency of that energy from the photovoltaic plant when it gets to a hydrogen vehicle versus an electric vehicle used with batteries. So the challenge is how to improve the efficiency of all of this transition, where is the storage, the compression that was mentioned before, in such a way that it would also be more profitable, and the cost of the equipment could be reduced, because these comparison charts are for energy only, so there are no costs really. So if you look at this, if you had a certain KPI or metrics of the energy efficiency, it would be better, because electromobility with batteries, of course, is a lot better than hydrogen here in terms of numbers. But if we take a look at the equipment and customization, in many cases people say that, well, it happens with mechanical equipment. The larger they are, the more efficient they are. So here we have a very important area of work. And precisely, the issue of autonomy is very important as well. And what happens is that you can use hydrogen in situations where autonomy is more critical, with higher levels of efficiency, for example, ships and trains. But also the question is, autonomy is part of the buses and electric vehicles that are battery operated. So that's probably the question that defines whether a company migrates or not to electromobility, and that has to communicate to the right design of the fleet and the vehicles that are selected, and, well, the adoption thereof in the end. So the challenge for our countries is how to take into this technology and how to customize this according to our needs, and where to populate the value chain where it doesn't exist, because there is a market opportunity for local stakeholders, and then there is also an issue of human skills. And, well, luckily we have time for many things. So maybe the big challenge here, if we think of the problems, is this, and that is the salary. And I think that that was the last slide. Oh, no. So here I have a brief list of ideas. Energy and follow-up. Well, I'm stating this here because it's not always done. Maybe you don't believe that it's true, but not every company knows that very well. Not every company has something standardized in terms of how to do a follow-up or monitoring of their energy consumption. So that, well, on the one hand needs training, and on the other hand, transfer of good experiences from one company to the other. So that could happen depending on every country. And then the failures and the deterioration or worn out of batteries. So taking care of the assets is essential. And here we have good practices, good driving styles. The charging processes have to be conducted appropriately. So this is a change in management practice, although initially that doesn't seem to be that way. And the charging structure is critical. One will depend on that. So we cannot have chargers that will fail. And if they do fail, we need to have the spare providers well aligned, so that we won't be waiting for chargers for a month. Another important aspect is related to business model. In Chile, we had the experience of having very fast, very powerful chargers. However, the users or the vehicles that were supposedly going to work well with those chargers are not. So from the perspective of the infrastructure installer, that is to say the one who does the investment, he or she does a model of sale of energy. So If you have vehicles there that pay for parking and not for energy, then the things do not work. So here, how do we generate the model of use of infrastructure? And that's a challenge, that's dynamic, and that will be adapting to how the electric vehicle fleet will grow in every city. And if we think of companies that adopt buses, so there is also an issue associated to chargers and the electro terminals and things like that. And there are then management and good driving practices that's connected to the first thing. It has to do with training to the drivers. And then, as a colleague said, there is this slope and those types of things. They require power. So there are environmental factors that we need to know. And it's good to have that under our radar when we design these sort of things. And then the growth of charging infrastructure and charging infrastructure. You're out of time. Okay. And the circular economy. Well, the message of the business model is that, well, it has to be more customized, and this is how we would make circular economy more feasible. And I think that was the last slide. Thank you, William. So we only have time for one question, please. Thank you. Thank you for your excellent presentation. A very important point in charging infrastructure in the models of electromobility, we speak of buses, you have, well, this end of a bus with a great battery that charges at night in a depot up to the trolley system that has a very small battery, a catenary. So there is a complementarity between the charging infrastructure and the size of the battery, and in between we have the opportunity charging and ultra rapid flash charging that in 20 seconds will recharge a bus so that it can go 2 or 3 kilometers more. So in this array, why are we not analyzing, or why are we just choosing the depot models? I saw a study of Mario Moreno where there were routes in Chile that, according to the total ownership cost, they already knew that opportunity charges for some routes were better than depot charges. So shouldn't we do better feasibility studies according to the routes and take a look at this entire array from a trolley to a depot system? As a matter of fact, yes, but here you are connecting the electrical market that has other requirements. The electric distributor, especially, and electromobility is just another client. Can you see? So when we speak about opportunity charging, that won't be distributed everywhere. It was also easier to start with a big work, a big terminal with all of the electrical installations, and an initial line was brought to a place. That was the initial model. Yeah. However, there, the city doesn't always have this feasibility everywhere. It will depend a lot on how stressed the charging infrastructure already is in the city. For example, we have been asked of where is feasibility to put more electrical terminals and where there is economic lack of feasibility, because, well, because someone has to spend in that infrastructure, but we also have to analyze how this is done at a lower cost. So when you put charging infrastructure for opportunity charging, well, maybe there you have to talk to a different type of clients, and, well, in the end they are paying for the power that is available there, because, well, opportunity charging is not being used in a model that constantly use that energy 24 hours a day, but just in specific times of the day. So the only way to make it economically feasible is to have other reasons for requirement of power in this area that would make it that deep inside electromobility we will pay for a part of that and not for all of that investment. And that happens also in a public electro terminal, because here if you wanted flash charging, the question is who are going to be the clients? So the location is a mix between where I see the potential demand, because, for example, there are distribution centers nearby and where the truck will get there to charge, and the technical feasibility of the electrical grid. So they seek to optimize this to reduce the cost of the project of the charging infrastructure. Thank you very much, Williams. Thank you very much for your answer. Thank you. Thank you. And my colleagues have asked me to do a very brief local survey. Can you please raise your hand if you are a guest of the public sector and NGOs? Just simply for us to know who's here. Oh, we have plenty. And what about the private sector from Peru? Who's here? because it's important to have that connection. So it's important to us. Well, welcome, all of you. Thank you very much. And that was also a good exercise to wake up. And now we have Gloria Esposito. Gloria is an environmental scientist with expertise in air pollution, in road transport, and in greenhouse emission reduction. She's a chartered environmentalist and fellow of Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment. During the last decade, she's worked as a private consultant, and she worked for Simon Partnership, and she has focused on accelerating the adoption of clean technologies and renewable fuels. And yeah, we have to change the microphone. Well, Gloria, welcome. Thank you very much. I think that your presentation will be delivered in English. Yes? So, well, as you know, if there's someone who needs simultaneous interpretation, we have the devices to help you understand her talk. Gloria, welcome. Thank you.
Delighted to be here today to talk about Zemo Partnership's work in leading the UK zero-emission bus market. So just some background really on Zemo Partnership, the organisation I work for. We're a private-public partnership of 150 organisations that covers automotive manufacturers, renewable fuel suppliers, energy infrastructure, fleet operators, academia, and finance and leasing. And through that collaboration, since 2003, we've done some really great work in accelerating the adoption of low and zero emission vehicles and renewable fuels in the UK, and have also worked internationally. The areas that we cover are urban mobility, freight, non-road mobile machinery, and quite excitingly, we work in the motorsports industry as well. So the areas we cover are air quality and climate change policy development and implementation. We help fleet operators in that transition from their diesel fleets to using different types of technology, whether that be battery electric, hydrogen fuel cell. We do knowledge transfer and training through webinars and workshops. And we do a great deal of stakeholder engagement of getting together all the different players in the value chain to understand how that work can happen. And we also manage certification schemes for technologies and renewable fuels. So first of all, I'd like to really take you through how the UK and Zemo Partnership has been leading the zero-emission bus market. And for possibly the last 15 years, we've been running a UK bus working group. And that has been critically important of bringing together different organisations across the battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell bus market, bus manufacturers, operators, recharging, and hydrogen fueling structure community, bringing those companies all together. We've identified the challenges to bringing those technologies to market. Are there financial challenges? Are there other infrastructure challenges? And then finding what the solutions are. And that's been very important. And one of the biggest challenges with zero-emission buses, the microphone, okay, sorry. One of the biggest challenges has been the higher capital cost, okay? And Zemo Partnership has worked very closely with the UK government in really introducing over £1 billion worth of capital funding for zero-emission buses. And that's been very successful in introducing 8 grant programs that for local transport authorities that had to collaborate with vehicle manufacturers. And initially it started to support vehicles only. Then over the last 5 years, that funding has also included infrastructure. So fast charging infrastructure, refueling infrastructure for hydrogen as well. So Zemo has acted as the policy advisor in designing those funding programs and monitoring them and bringing the parties together that are going to actually exploit that funding. More recently, over the past 18 months, we've designed what we think is the world's first zero-emission vehicle repowering accreditation scheme. So what this does is it enables Euro 5 diesel buses to be converted to run on battery electric. And this is a really innovative approach for companies to accelerate the transition to electric fleets. So we've actually designed the technical process, and we are accrediting the companies that are actually providing that repowering solution. And 5 companies at the moment have been approved. And we've integrated that into local air quality policy. So those vehicles, once they're retrofitted, they get the benefits of not being charged in a clean air zone as well. And finally, we've done a lot of work in producing zero emission guides, explaining to vehicle operators the different technologies, comparing them on costs and GHG emissions, and also looking at some of the requirements in terms of deploying infrastructure. So, I need to go back. So that's been really successful. In fact, the UK has been so successful that it now has the largest zero-emission bus market in Europe. And we're very proud because we have 4,000 zero-emission buses in service. Now, just to give you an idea, there are 28,000 buses operating across the UK, so 10% of that fleet now is zero-emission. The lion's share, the greatest proportion of those are battery electric, 3,800. 80 of those are repowered, and about 100 buses hydrogen fuel cell as well. And those buses have been deployed in 14 cities across the UK, and London boasts the largest number of zero-emission buses, 1,850. Really impressive as well. So what we're seeing is that in 2024, 58% of new bus sales were battery electric buses. Hydrogen fuel cell has been a lot slower pace. The technology, the infrastructure costs are much more expensive. Accessibility to green hydrogen is also challenging as well. It's very interesting because in the UK, we only have one depot in Scotland where the hydrogen is produced via electrolysis, is co-located with the refueling station, okay? And that's derived from green electricity. The rest of the hydrogen is imported into the UK, so it has to be distributed around the country using compressed tube trailers. So that impacts the energy efficiency of hydrogen. We have to be careful also that fossil hydrogen, grey hydrogen, if you put grey hydrogen in a hydrogen fuel cell bus, it has higher greenhouse gas emissions than a Euro 5 diesel. So it's all very well and good saying your bus is zero emission, but you have to ensure that the tank to wheel, the fuel, is green as possible as well. Interestingly, what we're seeing is that fleet operators are thinking about decarbonising their existing diesel vehicles. And we have 1,800 buses running on high blend biodiesel, B10, B15 blends as well. So as you can see, some impressive work there on shifting to zero emission buses. Over the last few years, we've been running a number of workshops and webinars with major bus operators to understand what those key learnings are. And I think that's really important to share with you today. So one of the first things is infrastructure planning, and this is critically important because it can take quite a long time to coordinate the installation of, for example, EV chargers and to make sure that the grid is ready. Obviously, battery electric buses require a high power demand, so we have to ensure that there is sufficient electricity. We also have to have regulations and might need to integrate with the local planning system. When it comes to hydrogen, it's very explosive as a gas, so there are particular health and safety regulations that need to be taken into account as well. Some bus operators now are integrating on-site solar panels and storage, so they don't have to rely so much on the grid, so very innovative there. We also have new types of business models. What we're beginning to see is battery leasing. So leasing the batteries, leasing the infrastructure, and using sophisticated software, and that reduces the capex of a battery electric bus. Diesel repowering, so converting a diesel bus into battery electric is much cheaper than buying a new bus. So fleet operators are seriously looking at this for a low-cost solution. And we've also got some bus operators looking to share their charging infrastructures with truck operators that are using electric trucks. What we're seeing also is telematics. The monitoring, the collection of data is important for optimizing charging and power management. Finally, it's very important from a bus operator perspective in the UK that they have confidence in the claims that have been made about renewable hydrogen to ensure that the supply chain that they're buying is actually green hydrogen and it's traceable and verifiable from a sustainability perspective. With that in mind, Zemo Partnership has created the Renewable Fuels Assurance Scheme. And this is a very unique scheme in the UK that verifies what's known as the chain of custody of renewable fuels as they're sold across the supply chain. And this is critically important because it gives fleet operators confidence in the environmental credentials of renewable fuels. So that's ensuring that they're made from sustainable feedstocks, whether that's biomass or renewable hydrogen, that hydrogen is traceable throughout the supply chain, and that they have robust life cycle greenhouse gas emissions. And we designed the first certification scheme for renewable hydrogen that covered the whole entire hydrogen supply chain. So in the majority of cases, you'll only see the carbon footprint for hydrogen production. Our methodology takes into account compression, storage and distribution and dispensing as well. And the companies that are approved under this scheme issue their customers with an environmental label called a renewable fuel declaration, and that identifies how the hydrogen is produced, its carbon footprint as well. More recently, perhaps outside of this sort of space, we've been working with the motorsports industry to integrate a sustainable racing fuel assurance scheme into Formula One. But our work just doesn't end there. We've also been looking at exploring bus life cycle greenhouse gas emissions and the wider environmental impacts. So it's very important now that we start looking more holistically at sustainability. The environmental impacts of a zero-emission bus really start to become important with vehicle production and end of life. So when we look at a zero-emission bus and an electric bus, 60% of those emissions are associated with the production of that bus. And that's critically important because a large proportion of those emissions are from the battery. So we now need to consider the critical minerals that are going to be used to produce that battery, lithium, cobalt, nickel, the electric motors as well, and think about circularity, the end of life of those vehicles. So we've been looking at the policy interventions that can ensure that the transition to zero-emission bus fleets is sustainable. So one of the first things is thinking about fiscal incentives. Could they have life cycle greenhouse gas emission criteria? Ensure that there's recycled materials used in the production of the bus? And ensuring battery second life and recycling. Incentivizing green manufacture, so where zero-emission buses, all the components are produced, ensuring renewable electricity is used. Introducing battery regulations. Mandating battery recycling, ensuring responsible resourcing for critical minerals, making sure that the environmental and social impact is reduced, and requesting life cycle greenhouse gas reporting for batteries. And finally, green procurement. So when bus operators are purchasing buses, should they award their contract on total cost of ownership as well as life cycle greenhouse gas emissions? And one of the things that we're looking at the moment is developing a zero-emission bus label that shows the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions of buses and the proportion of recyclable material. It's the end.
Excelente, muchísimas gracias. Perfecto el tiempo, gracias Gloria.
There's only time for a couple of questions. Do we have any questions, please? Any hands raised? Any questions, please?
Por favor, adelante. Gracias.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Gloria. I'm very interested, how do you do the transformation of the diesel buses into an electric bus? What's the process there?
Well, they remove the combustion engine, the ICE, and they replace it with electric powertrain. So that will be the battery and the motors. But all of that has to be done in a very safe environment, because if the companies aren't properly accredited, that could result in having an accident when you're charging the buses. So we've developed the technical standards in also to do that conversion.
Estupendo. Gloria, muchísimas.
Excellent, Gloria. Thank you very much for your presentation. We have one final presentation. This is going to be a virtual presentation, and as always, the last ones will be the first ones. And in this case, it's Carolina Martinez. She is the district operator of Transport in La Rolita in Colombia. She is an industrial engineer from the America University, and she has a master's degree on strategic management of La Sabana University. She has over 24 years of experience in the mass transport system, and she has led teams of up to 5,000 collaborators with a sustainability-based approach, inclusion, social innovation-based approach. She's currently the general manager of La Rolita, which is the first district public transport operator in Bogotá. It is worth mentioning that Carolina has incorporated equity, sustainability perspective into her work. Over to you, Carolina.
Carolina de La Rolita. Gracias.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for allowing us to show you this project, which is, sorry, she is breaking up. We cannot hear her clearly. What we did in La Rolita can be replicated in any sector. Sorry, her connection is not very good. She is breaking up.
Y una de esas zonas que produjo la Rolita, que es mi ciudad de Bolívar, en Perdomo, no contó con una operadora de transporte y le pudiera garantizar el transporte en esa población. Entonces, para un ciclo de procesos licitatorios, en los procesos licitatorios nadie se presentó. Ahí es donde se presenta en el plan de desarrollo la creación de la operadora de ciclo. Entonces, originalmente, la creada como una empresa pública, pero su persona fue vinculada como el ente laboral. Desde ese enfoque, quería abordar el problema del transporte y todo más organizado. Entonces, ahí la principal de nosotros era que volver a equipar la participación de mujeres de otras poblaciones que podían vincularse a un empleo.
The interpreters are very sorry, but her internet connection is not stable and we cannot do the interpretation.
En ese momento la Rolita tuvo más o menos 4.000 conductores y solo el 2% eran operadoras. Entonces, hacer la Rolita se vuelve como un desafío, donde hoy día opera una unidad funcional de 8 en Ciudad Bolívar, perdón, que no tenía un transporte de pasajeros con accesibilidad del 100%, y hoy día la Rolita nace con dos paradigmas. Uno, la sostenibilidad, con una flota y un patio, con una flota 100% eléctrica de 195 bucetones eléctricos y una infraestructura de segundo piso, como ven en la
This was created with an approach of equity, diversity, and inclusion. So on the right-hand side, you can see Gigi and Michelle, mother and daughter, who are currently working in this organization. One of the main challenges facing the city of Bogotá was evasion, security, lack of drivers, the financial situation of some concessionaires because they couldn't resume their operations. So there are some areas in Bogotá city that do not have any transportation, and one of these areas was La Verdad. And many of these zones or areas required a dignified passenger transport system. Today, La Rolita, in its strategic planning and the particular approach given to this project to be more objective, we are based on the SDGs, on the Sustainable Development Goals. It is based on 12 out of the 17 goals, and those 5 are the 5 first ones. We address gender equality and anti-harassment policies. All procurement is green procurement. We offer 750 green jobs. We have been able to transition them from informality to formality. We couldn't bring our operators, but they are the ones who are giving a testimonial of how it is to work for this organization. I was in drugs for 12 years. I was completely lost during those 12 years. I lost my children. So I joined a foundation called Aliento de Vida. And because of them, I was able to join this company, La Rolita. I am very grateful to them because thanks to La Rolita, I can now give a future to my children. I can show them that there are new opportunities, that it is possible to fight for moving forward and growing as a person. I am very thankful because now I can offer them the best. Thank you very much, and thanks to God.
¿Se cortó la comunicación?
I think that the video froze. We can hear you. We have some technicalities here, but if you wish, you can continue with your presentation until we fix this technicality with your video. Well, the social impact that La Rolita has is that La Rolita has created over 668 new green jobs, out of which are she's breaking up once again. We have over 61,000 migrants, mainly from Venezuela, and we are now in charge of training these people. Today, we have been able to recategorize over 400 people working with us. We have recategorized their licenses so they are able to drive public buses. We serve other populations, youngsters between 18 and 25 years of age, over 130 youngsters. We also have the elderly of over 75 years, and 70% of them live close to La Rolita. Joining me for this presentation is Álvaro Barrera, who is our maintenance manager. He will talk more about the characteristics of the current fleet operating in that area. It is an area that has a very difficult infrastructure. We hired 294 women and 176 men. We are the only company in Colombia, in Bogota, and globally which has the highest number of women drivers or female drivers in one company. We are transporting over 25 million passengers every day. We have a fleet of 195 buses, and our infrastructure is of only 30,000 square meters. Today, we have 10 routes. We leave from the Pedromo. We are able to move 53,000 passengers. We go to 17 locations in Bogota. Our most remote route is of 50 kilometers, the longest route in the city of Bogota, 50 kilometers. Well, Albert is now going to help us with our achievements in terms of maintenance, because we wish to underscore that this is a fleet that has been in operation or service for 2 years and 8 months, and we have been able to maintain our indicators set by Transmilenio. We are the company which... Sorry, she's breaking up. Now Alvaro is going to help me with the next slides. Thank you, everybody. In the maintenance area, we have been able to achieve many things, as pointed out by Carolina. This has an impact. This has not only to do with the reliability of the machinery, but this has an impact on the company as a whole, and on those millions of users that we have been able to move through this district operator. In terms of assurance management, these vehicles have been operating or in service for 2.5 years in Bogota. And in terms of guarantees, we have had a saving of 2.4 billion pesos. In terms of the guarantee claims, in terms of staff in the area, we have had 12 promotions of our collaborators. In this way, this increases the sense of ownership or belonging to the company, and they are better able to perform their activities. We have provided training to our staff. This includes the managers, the directors, the technical and operational staff in areas related to maintenance, and our company has 2 technical or technological innovation laboratories to do the service of all our buses. We have an occupation index of 95%. This shows that people are happy, that people like working in this company, and of course, it shows that efficiency and optimization, technical efficiency and optimization, well, this reflects a high index of efficiency. In terms of preventive maintenance plan, we do this along with the manufacturer. It is a maintenance plan that we have fulfilled in 100%. We have had so far 1,427 tires that have been fixed, which leads to an energy saving of 60,248 kilowatts per hour. In terms of our fleet, the autonomy of our buses is greater than 260 kilometers. There's one single night charging, and their fleet drives around 200 kilometers per day. In terms of availability, we are able to schedule 183 buses plus a reserve of 12 buses. The yield or the performance is 0.87 kilowatts per kilometers, and we have around 0.15 technical experts per bus. And the typology of our buses, these are buses of 9.7 meters with a capacity of 50 passengers. In terms of operation, in terms of fuel savings compared to other fuels, in terms of CO2 tons, 2.17 million tons of CO2. I don't know if my colleague wishes to delve into this, but this has a high impact in terms of the environment, and this also represents an improvement to the public health of our citizens. Very well. The operational and technical results are the following. 2024, we had an EBITDA margin of 14.8, which shows that the financial management is really aligned with the strategic objectives of our organization, and this ensures the sustainability of the project and the creditworthiness of this organization. In 2024, we were praised for our work, and we were able to obtain very good results. We have received different awards. We were recognized by our communication strategies through the Polaris Awards. There is a well-known magazine here in Colombia called La Nota Económica, and we were considered as the one of the best companies to work in. Cosubsidio identified us as one of the best companies that recognizes and transforms sustainability. We have received several awards in Brazil and Argentina. We have been acknowledged by the work we do in terms of mobility. We have been certified with ISO 9001, ISO 13901. We are the first company in Colombia in having an emotional brigade. We have had over 20 acknowledgements. We were acknowledged in Spain from innovative companies. They have acknowledged the social innovation brought about by this project. Next one, please.
Next one, please. La Rolita has also worked extensively on its environment to green this area. We have worked with the community and we have taught them about the circular economy. That's why we have urban orchards, and we have had more than 750 visits in 2023 for people to learn about the national and international role of Colombia. And then in 2024, we had more than 500 visits. They have visited us from the entire world to learn more about La Rolita. Next slide. And, well, here we have our social media. When you come to Colombia, please contact us. And here in Bogota, in Colombia, we have this saying that is, if you experience it, then you like it. So come to La Rolita and follow us in our social media. And if you have a question, then of course we will be willing to answer and happy to hear you out. Thank you very much, Carolina. Excellent. We have time for one question only. If someone has a question in the audience, your question will be welcomed. And if not, we will proceed to the next part because we have already run out of time. I would like to call Adrian Montalvo, who will briefly summarize everything that has been said this morning. I think that he has a lot to do. It's a great work, but well, I think that that mic is working well and this doesn't. Thank you very much, everyone, for being with us. As you know, at CALAC, we organize these regional events where we seek to share experiences and to have knowledge transfer. This is the last event that we're doing in this program, so we wanted to share what our countries have been doing, the members of the program, combining this to the expertise that we have been acquiring, and especially we have connected different countries throughout this program. I think that the first part was very interesting because we saw how we start to work on the transition towards a less contaminant or polluting type of transportation. Of course, our first focus was fossil fuels, and in some cities they're going to keep on working with fossil fuels. So how can we start using the type of fuel that is lower in sulfur to generate less particles? We have focused on particles because that's a very important contaminant, but also NOx that is associated to fuels. And when using Euro 6, how can we prevent alterations to prevent contamination with NOx? So particulate emissions and NOx that will be key in the future. Another positive aspect, as you saw, is that, well, before we used to measure particle contamination with opacity, and the issue of particles were very visible when they came from the emissions of the vehicle. So the vehicle started and we saw a lot of smoke, but now what we see is that these particles are so small that we cannot see them with our eyes. But it's those very little particles that have the highest impact in our health. So the transition from opacity to particle counting is very important in terms of how can we do surveillance for Euro 6 technologies that even if they're operating efficiently, they are going to be emitting particles. And the particle counting takes us to a following level, and that's what Meta's said. How can we guarantee that the measurement that we're doing is reliable and it is comparable? And therefore, it's very important not to lose sight of traceability, because if you're going to be controlling, in the case of authorities, if you're going to be in charge of the oversight, you have to be certain of the value that you're measuring and if it will require some sort of punishment or fine. So it was very important to also take that into consideration, and that takes us to the next moment, which is the electrification of transportation. We have seen a very positive evolution in Santiago and also in Bogota, and how we do more in public transportation and in the electromobility supply. We have seen that Mexico has also been working on that, and that Peru has plans to have that. So we have seen a lot of issues associated to the efficiency of vehicles, whether it is really complied with in terms of the energy consumption that was foreseen, the use of batteries, and you saw also the second life and what we're going to do with those batteries in the future. That is extremely important, especially what was repeated more than once, and that is the business models and how they have been changing, and how you've seen the experience of Chile. There was this question of separating buses and the operation of the buses. So we have to analyze very well what the cost benefit is to see to what extent this could be useful. This is going to be a transition process. We are not all going to start using this technology tomorrow, but we have to start assessing how this gets introduced and how it gets combined with the current supply that is now based on fossils, and also low emissions. We have to go to a next level. That was very important for us to share with you. We always talk about transportation, urban transportation, sustainable mobility, but we cannot lose sight of the entire city, because at the end of the day, it's not as though the transportation supply is separate. It's connected to a lot of the actions in the cities. So the issue of low emission zones or zero emission zones in cities is a trend, and that's to start having lower use of fossil fuels and choosing renewable technologies to reduce contamination, and of course greenhouse gases to improve the climate. And Santiago is already assessing, as you saw, a strategy to see how to work on that regard. Bogota is also working on that, and the idea is to start seeing cities that start working on that dynamic. What is coming in the future? Well, we have seen hydrogen as an alternative that is interesting, because hydrogen was thought as something that would just complement cargo transportation. It wasn't thought about for the cities, but when looking for alternative fuels, it started to gain an important position. 10 years ago, when we talked about electric transportation and electricity was mentioned as an alternative, a lot of questions started to be asked. When would that be? How would that be done? And that's the momentum that we currently have with hydrogen. Pilot projects are made. We are looking at how this could become an option, and probably in some years it will become another alternative in the supply of fuels, and the cities will be choosing in their energy matrix the supply for transportation. So that's what we wanted to do today. We wanted to see and to analyze this with all of you. And while the last presentation was so inspiring of the La Rolita project, if you go to Bogota, please go and check out that experience. In one of the events that we organized in Bogota with the delegations, they welcomed us so warmly, and we were able to see not only electric transportation for a big area of the city, but also, as you saw, this is a supply where more than 60% of drivers are women. So there is a huge approach on that, and also the personnel of maintenance and, well, everything that the transportation service offers as a company. And also, as you saw, there are so many issues related to inclusion and all, and that's so inspiring. And we wonder, and we always say, okay, we're going to include gender in policies and in these measures, and in many cases it's just something that stays in paper but not in practice. And the experience of La Rolita is so interesting, as I said before. And as Carolina said, they are always willing to share the experience that they have developed. So that's what we wanted to address today with you in general terms. As it was mentioned before, we have the PowerPoint presentations, and they will be made available to you. And now we are going to invite you to, well, close this first part, and then we're going to have lunch. But please talk to the speakers. They are here with us, and tap into their knowledge. If you have questions, or if you're interested in something specific that they've been working on, then ask them, because you can know about this firsthand. So I think that this is how we conclude this day. Okay, we have to go for lunch now. Okay, first the ground floor. Paprika is the restaurant. No, it's not. No. Okay, then where are we heading?
Perfecto. Nosotros estamos
Okay, perfect. So this is it for today. And tomorrow, Paloma, at what time will we start tomorrow? Microphone, please.
Porque hay otro tema muy
Because there is another important issue that we have worked on in the project, and you've heard about this at the beginning, and that's non-road mobile machinery, the yellow machinery that we have in the city. And how can we, well, these are combustion motors that we work with, and they are not that different. So how can we establish emissions control for that sector that could be a bit atomized? It's not the same thing as the buses that go through the entire city, but in large cities like this ones, where there is a construction supply that is very wide, if we add all of these contamination sources, we can see that they have a large impact, a great impact in the city. So you're all invited to lunch. Please come with us. And tomorrow, as I said before, we will continue with the second part of the forum. Thank you very much to all of you.